man who settled the score. Donald Trump, the warrior, standing tall against the red, fighting communism's grip, keeping freedom ahead. He took a bullet for us, fist raised in the fight. Liberals hate him fierce, cause he's always right. Successful and strong, handling storms like a boss, kicking socialism's tail. America's gained their loss. He raised that mighty wall, 400 miles of steel, kept the invaders out, made the border real. 7 million jobs blooming like fields in the spring. Unemployment crushed low, hear the workers sing. Tax cuts for the folks, no more chains on your pay, tips and overtime free, lighting up the way, energy flowing free, drilling deep in the ground, affordable fuel for all, turning greens upside down. Oh, Donald Trump, crushing a communist snake, making America great. For heaven's sake, he took a bullet for freedom, stood up from the dirt. Liberals see them squirm cause it hurts. He's right, he's winning, handling every blow, from riots to fraud, putting on a show. God bless the USA, land of the brave and true. Trump's our guardian, red, white, and blue. Space Force Command, the eye sharp as a blade. Genesis mission launching, cancer's getting slayed. Trade deals locked tight, tariffs hitting them square. No more endless wars, peace filling the air. Syria chains broken, freedom ringing out loud. Global alliance is strong, making tyrants bow. Western shield solid, security's the key. No room for socialists in this land of the free. Oh, Donald Trump, crushing the communist snake, making America great. For heaven's sake, he took a bullet for freedom, stood up from the dirt. Liberals see them squirm cause it hurts. He's right, he's winning, handling every blow, from riots to fraud, putting on the show. God bless the USA, land of the brave and true. Trump's our guardian, red, white, and blue. In Minnesota shadows, fraud running deep and wide. Somali scheme stealing billions, no place to hide. Tampon Tim dancing blind, letting crooks run the game, but Trump's calling them out, lighting justice's flame. Fake meals for ghosts, daycare doors bolted shut, healthcare highs bleeding us. Enough's enough, protests gone wild, anti-law fools in the street, banging pots like cowards, facing defeat. You better snag that Nobel for peace, he's the man, bringing freedom worldwide, crushing tyrants' plan. From Iran's dark storms to borders under siege, Trump's kicking tail, hard turning page after page. Liberals despise him, cause he's spot on and bold, successful as thunder, breaking their hold, handling every curveball from fraud to the fight. Patriot hate thunder, lighting up the night. Dems crumbling fast, losing the working man's trust. High prices tumbling, their dreams turn to dust. Genesis health reforms, chronic ills on the run. Toxic dyes banished, victories one by one. No kings, hypocrites, cheering dictators' chains. Gays back in Hamas, twisted insane. Trump exposes the right, makes them look like the fools, fighting socialism's grip with unbreakable tools. Oh, Donald Trump, crushing the communist snake, making America great. For heaven's sake, he Minneapolis, LA to the rest. Protest so ridiculous, they fail every tax. Got the mic, let's roast this mess. No tax, rate flags, hypocrisy on blast. Here come the white attacks. Rolling crew, suit up like a kid's birthday going wrong. Giant inflatable frauds, unicorns, ziggers in the farm, chickens, hot dogs, clowns trying to disarm the feds. Where frog gets pepper right in the fit at his Bible bread. Tactical frivolity, nah, that's just kind of college degree. All academics die like geek symbolism. See, boy, top big tech, switch to DVDs in the bus, but still post on phones. Man, logic got melt the ice, 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 melt the ice. Minneapolis madness, y'all. Minneapolis madness, hundreds of dildos a flight over the fence of ice. Bouncing left and right, put your own supporter. Truck coming to shame, dude yelling, I'm on charge. Y'all still throwing game. Rage niggas, the ice beams, sparkly nails on flick. Hit big protest pics on your fingers. Big technique. American girl gone with tiny signs in hand. Hurts to say school ice. Yo, that's the brand. Young as a coffee shop drummer, yanking dudes from drinks, filming it like it's revolution, man. What God bless. Real tech warrior, chases ice agent down the block. Dude running scared. Borrow crime, but he's by. False prophets to deny, so 10, 20, rap again. Intimidation tactics, nah. This acadism turn. You interrupt church service, face act, slap him down. Live scream to your rest. Only a boppers and clown. Clergy at the hip, chanting their lies, kick ice out. It is a city hall, read the stories while blocking the power. Swarm from tower, occupy the floor. Can't think of names like it's an open mic war. Fake ice boosts, got so paranoid. This town's dinner flowers from dead women. What tells your tale? And I'm this fool last, six months hotel blast on a hunch. Rolls run wide, y'all punch first ass lunch. Melt the ice, ice, ice. Slug shoot, team spray. Melt the ice, ice, ice. Melt the ice. Melt the ice. Melt the ice. Minneapolis madness. So keep knitting, keep going, keep dressing to serve. Lot of rest, watch laughing at every word. Nudgy, Rose 2026 foolery. Class English on words, Mandarin, straight tragic comic. Ice. Get pop. Melt the ice.
And amazingly enough, Suno does beautiful rap music as well. I was very surprised. All right, well, there you go. Hello, everybody. My name is Ian. Welcome. This is StarShip Adventures, and we are live right now with the Sights and Sounds of Earth show right here on StarShip Adventures. We are broadcasting live tonight from StarShip Studios in Southwest Florida, and we are broadcasting worldwide on the internet over fiber optic all the way to the internet. So hopefully no issues. We're doing great tonight. I've got the studio put back together, as you can see. Hey, AE, welcome in. Thank you for joining the crew. As you can see, I got the studio mostly put back together. I don't have the HF equipment up yet, but and I don't have all the VHF stuff hooked up yet, but I concentrated on the broadcast stuff first. Yeah, so there you go. No audio. I'm putting out audio. I'm showing audio going out. So I don't know. I'm putting out audio. Yep, audio going out. I don't know. If you can't hear me, I don't know what the problem is. I didn't forget the switch. It's on. All right, so let's take a look at our grid tonight. Let's see here. The main grid we've got, upper left and upper right are both views from outside and around the Super Bowl. I cannot bring you guys direct. I can't play the game on here. You know, obviously that's forbidden. What is that? Is this a funny deal? Okay, yeah, we'll get to that. I got it right here. I'll play that in just a minute. All right, so let's see here. Let's get this going here. Tonight I don't even have the camera back on yet. Let's see here. Camera 5, it is on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Hello, everybody. So, I've been playing with the light levels and stuff, and I still think I'm probably going to need to turn the white one up here just a little bit more. And I've got that in this app right here. So let's bring this up just a little bit so we can get a little more white in the studio. A little more white light, a little less colored light. There we go. That's a little better, I think. Is that better? Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right, so there we go. And yeah, I've got the whole studio back up again other than the ham radio equipment. Tonight we are watching some rain that's moving in through Portland, in through Eureka and points south of Seattle. So we will be watching that rain as it moves in. There is no severe weather expected tonight. And so that's where we're at with that. I will be going through some of the normal stuff we normally do here. Space weather, for instance. We'll go through that here in just a minute as well. And I don't know what this is. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for playing it or not. Probably not if it's satire. Satire people like me usually want their stuff to be seen by everybody. So let me see if I can put this on here. All right, okay. I just so you guys know, 2 of my last 3 videos have been demonetized, so I've got to be real careful tonight how much of the F word I allow on here with all the chanting and everything, and also one of them was demonetized because of music, and I was able to get that reversed, but I did lose some money on it. So 2 days, I've met a lot of new people. We got a lot of great subscribers. We had a good time. Unfortunately, YouTube's taken all the money away from me for it. It's not going to be a lot anyway, but still, you know, when you're only making 10 or 20 bucks on a 4-hour video, and then they take that away, it's like a real slap in the ass, but whatever. All right, well, let's see what this is that, who put this in? Deploribus, I think, put this in. Yeah, Deploribus. Okay, and let me switch this from top chat to live chat because sometimes it stalls out and I can't stand that. All right, let's try this and let's see what this is all about.
Hi, I'm Amelia. I'm English and I love England. I like having fish and chips and a pint at the local pub. I like Shakespeare and Dickens, Tolkien and Lewis, Harry Potter. I like pork sausage and dogs and fashion.
Haram! Haram!
But I don't like that. Brits are famously polite, but it mustn't mean we're willing to commit cultural suicide.
Our institutions, the Church of England, the BBC, are a bunch of queers and nonces.
How the bloody hell did we go from Churchill to you git?
Sadiq Khan, the mayor,
This is London, mate, not Afghanistan. Or Star Wars.
I'll get it back.
Our government won't even protect our schoolgirls from grooming gangs. Sod off, packy wankers! The police won't help. They're too busy confiscating garden tools and suppressing free speech.
That's right, miss. What have I done, officer? You've tweeted rudely, and you're under arrest.
Curry is fine, but we have several recipes already. We don't need 2 million Indians here to make it for us. There are 50 Islamic nations in the world. Muslims don't need to be on our island. They want to conquer it. The government says it must be this way. That doesn't make it right, does it, Robin Hood? These dragons that threaten our England won't go away unless brave knights rise up to slay them. Or did all the British bloodlines with any bollocks get killed off in World Wars I and II? Englishmen! It's your country, and it's being taken from you. Chav? Posh? Doesn't matter. We're already all in this together. I don't want this to be the future of the women of England, and I'm sure the women of Iran and Afghanistan didn't want it either. Your ancestors beat the Spanish Armada, Napoleon, and the Nazis. Surely you can handle welfare tourists. History will record what you do, or don't do. Get cracking, lads. Love, Amelia.
I love it. All right. Hopefully they won't hit me for that, but that's all right. It was worth it. All right, so there we go. I'm going to continue looking for more feeds. We're actually short feeds tonight. I was going to go on about 4 o'clock. I've been sitting here waiting for something to happen. And, of course, nothing. We've got this live shot out of Pima, which is just enthralling, and a live shot of a parked sheriff's truck. Upper left and upper right are Super Bowl related. And the two in the middle up top there, I don't know if that one's just an ad, what it's doing, I don't know. Playing some bullshit. No, I don't think it's an ad. Nope. Alright, I gotta go find another one for that hole. So I'll figure that out. There's not a lot of feeds tonight. I don't know if there's just nothing going on because of the Super Bowl. Maybe our liberal friends are watching the Super Bowl. I don't know. I knew that ignorant bunny is coming up, I guess, pretty soon for halftime. Yeah, if you're watching the Super Bowl, don't watch it for halftime. Go to Turning Point USA. They're going to have a show on. And that's what everybody should do. If you're not watching here, and I can't take Turning Point's broadcast, I don't think. Let me see. Let me ask Rock about that. Give me just 1 second. Is the TPUSA halftime show able to be rebroadcast without permission? Do you hear that? That's Ed Earl. Can you guys hear Ed Earl? Let me go get Ed Earl. It says you can rebroadcast it. Fair use might apply. It's released by TPUSA under a Creative Commons. However, the music will still get me hit on there. Come on. You're going to want back out in 5 minutes, so I don't even know what you're doing in here. You can at least come say hi to everybody. Yeah. Okay, then don't. What a prick. All right. He'll be back. That's Ed Earl, by the way. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, he yells. He literally screams. Yeah, there you go. Oh boy, here we go. We always got to have the bad orange man haters in here. We might have to get the Trump and All sponsor out early. I don't know. Um, yeah. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of protests. The only protest video I have is the upper center. Yeah, Eddie, my goodness, I'm talking on the air. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I didn't think that those were the Super Bowl types, but yeah, it's weird because like I said, there is a protest going on, but I'm still not 100% sure that's live. The sun's in the right position for Portland right now. Um, but I'm not sure if that's live or not. So I'm still trying to figure that out. Um, and as you guys know, I strive to everything to be live. I try not to put up old footage. Now, if I do find old footage I want you to see, I'll put it up and then tell you it's old footage. Um, yeah, it's crazy the way the world's headed, but you know what? It's stopped. I mean, the slip down to hell has slowed down suddenly. Thank goodness. Now that we got Mr. Senile out of office, just absolutely crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy. Yeah, that's got to be West Coast because Minneapolis is already dark. It is 6:33 there. The sun would have just set moments ago, and it's probably twilight or completely dark there now. Let's see here. So yeah, that's the only video I have that is purported to be live. So I'm going to go back through them again. As you guys know, what I do have, there will be moments of silence. Now, I'm going to try to put up natural sound, but I'm going to keep it fairly low. I'm getting hit because of all the F words and the chants. These idiots don't know anything else to say but the F word because it just shows their absolute intelligence. Yeah, I don't watch the NFL, and I promised myself I would not come in here and just shit on the NFL for 3 hours tonight, so I'm not going to do that. But I will qualify by saying I believe that the games are fixed. I believe that the referees are paid to fix the games. I believe they decide what teams go to the Super Bowl every year. And I watched the referees throw 2 or 3 different games in a row about 5, 7 years ago, whatever. And and the kneeling shit and the DEI shit and everything. And I'm like, that's it. I'm walking away. And I haven't watched it since. I didn't get the shakes or anything. It really wasn't a big deal. I really was never that big of a sports guy, but all my friends and my family and everybody, my mom even loves NFL, used to. None of my family watches NFL anymore. They're all staunchly conservative, and they've literally all walked away from the network and the ball club, the whole thing. They've walked away from it. Yeah, it's completely corrupt. These games are completely corrupt. You'll always see bad calls in games. I want you guys to remember that. You will always see bad calls in games. And when you see a bad call, just remember that, because you're going to see 5 or 6 more bad calls, and they'll always be against the same team. You'll see, oh, that was a bad spot. That should have been a first down, but they gave them a shitty spot. And then, 4 or 5 plays later, they call a holding right up, or a pass interference right up by the goal line or something. And it's done because they need the game to go a certain way. They need a certain team to win. What's wrong, buddy? What's wrong tonight, huh? What's going on? You want back in the house? What's wrong? He gets this way. He's about 10 years old. He's a steel gray. Wandered up here one day. Just wandered up. He's a pet store cat. He wouldn't last till noon in a pet store. His ass would be bought right up. He's so beautiful. But he wandered up here and became our cat. Isn't that right? Isn't he beautiful? He's starting to get the old man sad going there. You know what's funny? What does a gray cat do when he turns old, right? All the other cats turn gray. Don't step on my keyboard. Don't. Not on the laptop. Not on, that's against the rules, buddy. What does a gray cat do when they get old? That cat's turning brown. Actually turning brown, which I thought was interesting. You guys feel free to put in stuff about the Super Bowl in the chat. Put in the score, put in everything. I know it's Seattle 6 right now, New England 0. I hate to say this, but I've always hated New England. I just always have. But Seattle is like on the other side of enemy lines in blue territory, so I'm not much on them either. I really don't care who wins. I couldn't be bothered, really. But yeah, you guys feel free to put in anything, times, scores, whatever. I don't care. All right. So anyway, welcome in everybody. We've got over 100 folks in here now, and let's see here. Yeah, that was the thing. Sports used to be against gambling, and now it's all based around gambling. Have you ever noticed these broadcasts when they do them? They're like, this commercial break is sponsored by someone who's sponsoring someone to sponsor the commercial break. And now here are the commercials. And then when they come back, it's like, and that commercial break was sponsored by, and it's like, oh my God, it's like they're sponsoring the commercial breaks now. It's like, oh, it's the Chick-fil-A 12-minute in check on pass interference. I mean, it's like, what? Everything's sponsored now. And 50-60% of the sponsors are betting sites. They're all betting sites. It's crazy. The whole dynamic of the NFL has changed. And everybody's betting money on these games now. Micro betting, betting by player, betting different ways. Plus you got all the other, what's that betting called where you bet on how long the national anthem's going to be and stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of betting, right? And betting. And you got the referees out here throwing the games. You literally have the NFL picking and choosing the winners. And these players know it. Some of them have been coming out lately, right, Ed? Some of them have been coming out lately and saying, these referees are cheating. And they'll kick them out of the league if they do it. But once they're out of the league, they'll come out and say it. People know. Yep, it's Kid Rock versus Shit Rabbit coming up here in just a few minutes. I'm going to put it on. I want to see it. And I also want to give them the views. So I'm going to put it on. I'm not going to broadcast the sound, but I think what I'm going to do is put up the video from it. Let me see if I can find that real quick. There it is. Good, and I hope they get a lot of ad revenue too. All right, I'm going to carry it. I just can't. I'm not going to take much of the audio. When they're talking, I'll take the audio. I can take it legally under fair use, and I can also take it legally under the license they've granted me. Granted everybody. However, the music will still get me copyrighted possibly. So I'm going to try to take just the talking parts. Yeah, I'm not covering the Puppy Bowl. Sorry. All right, let me see here. There we go. All right. I'll take the speaking stuff, and then I'm just going to turn it down when the music comes on. Let me see what
we are the only standard of excellence. So we hold ourselves to a higher standard. We don't do mediocre around here. We try to raise the level of excellence because we are constantly trying to push the conservative movement and the country to a place it's never been before. We're building something bigger than you, bigger than me. We're building an experience to help save the country. Turning Point USA is the most important organization in the country, period. Find me another organization that's been able to move millions of people the way that we have, that does the events, that does training. We make history here at Turning Point USA.
Yeah, the show hasn't started yet. I just heard Charlie Kirk, so I let him play for a minute. I missed that guy. All right. Yeah, you like my space station setup? Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Here, I'll give you the full view. This is the full setup here. This is the StarShip Studios in North Fort Myers, Florida. And from here, I can broadcast up to 9 simultaneous streams. And I do all kinds of different broadcasting out of here. And you can find a lot of the other stuff that we do over at StarShip After Dark. Please like and subscribe over there as well. Please like and subscribe here and hit the notification bell on this channel, because anytime this channel goes live, it's me, I'm here, or I'm out on the road, but it's always hosted coverage. So, but thank you everybody for being here. And this, like I said, is StarShip Studios, and I am in North Fort Myers, broadcasting worldwide on YouTube and loving every minute of it. All right, so we got about 13 minutes till the halftime show starts. I don't know how they know when it's going to be halftime, but that's interesting. But I guess there's time benchmarks they're hitting with the game. I mean, hell, if you can throw a whole game, right, you can make the time work out. Come on. So anyway. All right. I added all the new music to the radio station. So if you guys, Lee Wicked Pisser Austin, hey, what's up, buddy? Glad you're here. Welcome aboard the StarShip. If you guys go over to StarShip After Dark, the other channel, StarShip After Dark, there's a radio station there playing. And I just added all the new music to it. There's 100 songs in there now. And many of them are really, really good. Yeah, the power meter does. I shut all this down. When I'm done with my show at night, I shut all this down. And I only turn on what I need during the day to keep the air conditioning costs down. But when I'm on the air, I have everything turned on, because I can glance and see what's going on all around the world from in here. It's very similar in here to what you're seeing on the screen with multi-screens. And so it gives me the ability to, I can see the game going on over there. Looks like we've got 4 minutes and 22 seconds left in the second quarter. Seattle still 6 to New England's 0. And that's good. Anytime New England has a 0 next to it, that's fine with me. And I'm sorry, if you're from New England, don't get pissed. The Bucks and the Dolphins are always getting knocked out of the playoffs by the damn Bills. And the Bucks were always getting knocked out of the playoffs by the Patriots. So it's kind of one of those things. It's kind of a hate thing. My dad had a bumper sticker that said, my 2 favorite teams is Miami Dolphins and whoever's playing the Buffalo Bills. So it's one of those kind of things. Yeah. Well, I don't have to worry too much about that. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it could be. Hey, you never know. But yeah, they probably figure out what I'm doing back here anyway. Let's see here. They probably know more about me than I know about me. Yeah, the turbo lift is over here. Yeah. Yeah, you know, guys, I do science fiction on here too. I do a lot of stuff on here. I do weather, space weather, straight up radio propagation. We do ham radio stuff. We do science. But we also do all the breaking news coverage, whether it's pursuits, manhunts, all that kind of stuff. So it's really a neat channel. And I try to keep it interesting, and I try to keep it clean. We bumper in with all original music and out. And I offer my music for free. You guys can download it if you would like to. I'm getting lots of downloads of the music, and that's really cool. I like that. And so if you guys bear with me just 1 second, I'll put that link in, and you guys can literally just go anytime you're ready to down. If you hear a song you like, I tell you the name of the songs usually, so you know which ones you're looking for. And there's also another folder of pictures in there. That's just funny pictures that I've made. I put them in there because some people wanted them. Some of the satire ones. There's a great one of all of the principal Democrats being led off in a shuttlecraft to the criminal it's a planetoid called the what did I call it? The asylum for the criminally woke. That's what it was. Hey, Paul, welcome into the show. All right, guys, there. I'm going to put this in and I'm going to pin it to the top. Download free songs. You guys can literally go right on there. I can't pin it now because that thing keeps popping up. There we go. All right, pin message. Okay, so I'm pinning that to the top. All you do is click that link. It brings you right to a Google Drive folder. Oh, wait a minute. I just typed. I actually put the wrong link in. Shit. Sorry, guys. It didn't copy. It does this all the time. Let me unpin that. That's actually the Turning Point USA, which I was going to paste that in anyway. Let me see. TPUSA. Quit it, Ed. Come on. Would you stop? Damn it. Yeah, there's that. That's the halftime show. And then let me see what the audio is sounding like. I love the stuff Turning Point does. I really do. We're getting them in all of our schools here. Even our homeschool kids are getting together once a month to put together a TPUSA chapter. Yeah, I can't. I everything but the copyright on the music. The music will be similar enough that I'll end up getting hit on the music. Yeah, I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna leave the video up. But I'm not. And if something else breaks, I'll move it to a smaller screen. Okay, here we go. Share, copy link. Let me try this again here. Ed, you're just at a bad time, buddy. Okay, there we go. Let's try that now. If I click that, that should bring me to the download folder. There's two folders in there, one for music and one for images. I'm sure you guys can take it from there. I'm going to pin that message up. Yep. Yeah, I'll tell you, you know, yes, we're going to do the Guthrie case update. Absolutely. There's not a lot of new news, but I will go through the entire thing. Let's see here. I'll go through this in just a minute. That's what I need is what I need. What I need actually is, yeah, I need someone to work with me. I need help. I need someone to put in 3 or 4 hours a day doing stuff. I'm trying to work on a system now where people can actually volunteer to do stuff from home, and maybe eventually, as things get better, I can actually pay somebody a salary for doing it. But right now, it would just have to be helping me out type stuff. Yep, yeah. Charlie Kirk's assassination has created an amazing situation. I hate to say it because it sounds cold and callous, okay? But this might have been the mission he was sent here to complete. Because when they shot him that day, they made him 10 times bigger than he already was. He is now a phenomenon that will live on forever. People will know this guy. It'll be part of this thing. This is going to be a thing that lives on for a very long time. And so I think there's something to this. I'm not saying that he was meant to die or that it should have happened. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't misread me. But what I'm saying is sometimes very good things come from very bad things. And I think that's where we're at here. Because he's more popular now. His Turning Point USA has grown exponentially 10 or 15 times. They've raised $100 million or some crazy amount of money. And we now have we now have 10 times more Turning Point USA chapters in this country than we did. That is very, 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 very important. It just is. Yes, I mean, yes, it could. I mean, and you know, wow. It's a shame it had, you know, like with Martin Luther King, it's a shame that they had to be killed in order to become legendary. But that's kind of where we're at with both these people that you just mentioned. So yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, anyway, I don't even like talking about it because it still makes me sad to think about that day. I was wrecked that day, and we had to go on the air and do a freaking show. Oh my God, I can remember Trey that day. He's like, I don't even know what to say. I said, well, we have to go on and say something for 3 hours. So there we go. Hey, South Minneapolis, the Bionic Fire Truck. How you doing? I'm a retired fire chief myself. So that was my first career. My second career is in broadcasting. Let's see here. Yellow Rose, welcome back in tonight. Williams, thank you for being here. Zero Flux given. I love it. Yeah, I wish he was still alive. Despite all the good that's happened, I'd rather have him back. Yeah. And welcome in, everybody. Thank you for coming in tonight. Free speech is welcome in my chat room. I just ask that you don't do big, long messages and you don't paste them in more than once. And I ask that you don't use all caps. That's really all the rules we have. If you start using a bunch of F words and a bunch of racial slurs, we'll put you on a timeout. That's where we're at. I try. You guys can put in. You can call me a Nazi. I don't really care. I want to just keep it mostly civil if we can, and I want to get your viewpoints. Yeah, and that's on one platform because they're on a bunch of different platforms. That's why I said if you guys have the ability to watch two different things, please put them on just to give them the numbers. I've got them up here on two different computers. Yeah, when I saw the video, I knew he was gone. There was no doubt in my mind. Let's see what this is about.
And your leadership. And for this halftime show that the War Department is proud to support. This year we mark 250 years since a band of citizens pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. For 2.5 centuries, Americans have answered that call on farms and factory floors, in shipyards and labs, in cockpits and foxholes, and in every uniform our nation has worn. Freedom is not automatic. It is defended by a strong nation and a ready force, and that's our job. To our troops, our veterans, and the families who serve alongside them, we see you, we thank you, and we've got your back. So I hope you're enjoying this game. Happy Freedom 250, the things that really matter. God bless our warriors, and God bless our great republic.
Well, there you go. Yeah, that shooting him was probably the worst thing they ever did. I mean, of course, they've done some pretty stupid things, like hiding Joe Biden's obvious infirmment, and also you have to look at they put up Kamala Harris, probably the least qualified presidential candidate ever, and they've done some pretty stupid things, but I think the damage they did when they shot Charlie was just is more than they'll ever realize. Yep, it's grown at least exponentially at least 10 times. That is a crazy growth. Yeah, it's absolutely nuts. So yeah, welcome in everybody tonight. I'm glad you guys are here. We are going to watch the event, but I can't listen to the music. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting demonetized nearly every night lately, and because of these protests and everything. And I'm just trying to be careful tonight and try to save what I got here. All right, let me see who is live, what we've got, if anything's going on yet. None of the usual suspects are live tonight, except that DIY or whatever, that guy. He's doing the abduction, the Guthrie abduction. And that's really it. This Jessica, it's Palmadessa, Jessica Palmadessa, I guess it is. She is the one that's up there in the middle, and that's the only one I've got. She's the only one. It says it doesn't say. It says outside the Super Bowl, so that's going on outside the Super Bowl there. That whole top row is going on outside the Super Bowl. One of them's a protest, and the other ones are not. Let me turn this off. All right, 36 seconds. Seahawks still up by 6. First and 10 with 32 seconds to go. And they're going to commercial break, of course. I think the money that's spent on Super Bowl ads is absolutely ridiculous, but it must prove some kind of return or they wouldn't do it, you know? I know that's crazy, but that's kind of how it works in the business. Crybabies, protesters, whatever you want to call them. Anti-American leftists is what I call them, but you can pretty much call them whatever you want. Oh God, they're in the green lane. Oh boy, the green lane. We just started getting green lanes here. I'm surprised we're even putting them in. I just put up a general search and the TPUSA was recommended first for me. 6.22 million subscribers for Turning Point USA, and they currently are just about to cross 1 million viewers. And I'm going to give them my thumbs up. There we go. That's awesome, guys. Let's show the NFL that we didn't want that filthy bunny. I would turn my TV off during the halftime show, but I don't have a box connected to it, so it doesn't matter. Many of your TVs and cable boxes actually have anonymous statistics collecting data in them. And so that's kind of going away soon, but it's still out there. And that's how they know how many people are watching. I'm really hoping that it drops off completely for the Super Bowl. Because this anti-American prick, I also am very interested to see if he comes out and says something ignorant. That's the other thing. Is he going to say or do something ignorant? Because you know he wants to. Of course, liberals are in the Ponzi schemes. Most of their social welfare programs are Ponzi schemes. They're spending money today they haven't even made yet. Yeah, they're the investment's never invested. It's terrible. I hope he says something really stupid too, because I'm telling you what, that's the wrong crowd there. Yes, the Super Bowl is completely rigged. I talked about that earlier. The games are decided. The referees make a series of bad calls to make it happen. They could easily clean up the problem with the bad calls, but they don't. They don't, because that is the control mechanism that they leverage in order to get the proper teams to the Super Bowl. I watched them cheat the Saints, and I'm not a Saints fan, but I got a family member that is. And I watched that kid get his hopes crumbled. He thought his team was going to the Super Bowl. And I kept telling him, your team's playing two teams, the referees and the other team. And I said, there's no way they're going to win this because they're playing two teams at one time. And he goes, I said, no, I'm telling you, they're not going to win this game. And then there was like 7 really bad calls in the second half. And he finally looked at me after the game. He goes, you're right. It was rigged. I said, yeah, they're rigged. The games are rigged. Not all of them. Obviously, most of them are not rigged. But when you get into the playoffs, certain teams need to make it to the, they want certain teams in the Super Bowl, depending on what contracts they're under and what's going on. They want certain teams in. All right, I'll let you out. Hold on. I got something really important to do. I told you you'd want right back out. All right, go ahead, Eddie. I'll see you later, buddy. It is cold again tonight. What's the deal with that? Looks like they're doing recapping, so they're getting ready to go in. So they've set a time for the halftime show, I guess. Because now they're kind of... Oh, wait, no, 20 seconds. 20 seconds left to play. It's 3rd and 3. Right, batted it down. Incomplete pass stops the clock. That brings up 4th down and 3. I used to really get into football. I kind of miss it in a way, and I really don't. I was always into the more of the science and the intricacies and all that kind of stuff of it, more than I was like the players and the athletics. Here we go. They're going to kick a field goal. looks good. That's a good field goal. So that's Seattle 6, 9, now 9. Seattle 9 to New England 0. Wasn't all the odds givers? Weren't they all for? I thought they were all going for the Patriots. What happened? Ground control to Major Tom. That's a neat song. It was a stupid song that I kind of started liking. My racist in chief won't let me watch football. What is that all about? I can watch football if I want to. What has that got to do with anything? And who the hell is the racist in chief? Nobody stops me from watching football. I can watch it 5 different ways if I want to. Turning Point USA, 1.3 million watching. Just flipped again, 1.54 million watching. They're gaining subs too. I love to see this. I love to see this. This is success. This is fighting back the communist hordes right here. That's what this is. I never was much of a David Bowie either. Yeah, it does sound like Trump derangement syndrome. It's about time to do our sponsor for the hour. But I think this thing's getting ready to take the air in just a minute. But maybe I'll go ahead and do it because I think it's important. So anyway, guys, this segment of the show is sponsored by Trumpanol. Trumpanol for anyone. It has Trump derangement syndrome. Do you walk around all day worrying about Big Orange Man? Do you walk around in fear for your life that this man's going to ruin everything or something? Well, you have Trump derangement syndrome because everything's getting better. Everything's improving. And if you don't see it, then you have the Trump derangement syndrome. And I'm sorry if you have to hear this from me, but you can fix it now with Trumpanol. It's amazing stuff, Trumpanol. And the neat thing about Trumpanol is if it's not strong enough, you can take Magastring Trumpanol. Magastring Trumpanol is so strong that after taking just a few days of Trumpanol, you'll suddenly get up off your lazy ass and get a job. You'll want to start a nuclear family. You'll become conservative and love the Constitution. And you may even support a man that's doing a good job right now. And so Trumpanol, extra strength, Magastring Trumpanol, may be something that could help you out. And of course, if you're just so sick of Big Orange Man you can't keep food down, try Trumpanol suppositories. These fast-acting suppositories go right up your butthole and immediately start making you feel better about your country, making you feel better about the world that you live in, and making you understand that everything is going to be okay despite what your Facebook friends tell you and what you yell in your Prius in front of your mom's house. It's not that bad. So cram a few of these up your ass and feel better about the world. Trumpanol, these will make you feel much better if you have Trump derangement syndrome. And if your butt hurts after putting this in or after a major election.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Turning Point
I'm
USA
gonna stop right there.
All-American Halftime Show. And this one's for you, Charlie.
I think I'm just going to take this and just lose the show. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I'm going to take it. I'm going to stay with this, guys. Stay with us. If you have a second device, watch them on that so they get the credit. $2 million people watching on YouTube alone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the All-American Halftime Show. Let's get to it. This is Real American.
And the heroes on down home to all the big cities, all the small towns. Let's crank it up and get it on. We fly that red, white, blue, high, waving all across the land. We got them good times on us, no worries on the can. Everything's made in the USA, and on your heart when the song gets played, when the gloves come on. Real American. Oh, got it started, so we're ready to rumble. It's the best of the best, playing chess with American muscle. We fly that red, white, blue, waving all across the land. Got the good times on us, no worries on the can. Everything's made in the USA, and on your heart when the song gets played, when the gloves come on, you find out where you stand. It's real American. We fly that red, white, blue, high, waving all across the land. Got them good times on us, no glories on the can. Everything's made in the USA, and on your heart when the song gets played, when the gloves come on, you find out where you stand. That's real American.
3.2 million people watching this broadcast on YouTube alone. 3.2 million. I've never seen a video near like that.
That's real American. Yeah.
And I wrote this next song with a good friend of mine by the name of Colt Ford. And Jason Aldean changed our life and put it on country radio. This is Dirt Road Anthem.
I see them chillin' on a dirt road, lay back swerving like I'm George Jones. Your smoke rolling out the window, and ice cold beer sitting in the console. Memory lane up in the middle light, it's got me reminiscing on them good times. See them turning off a real life driving, that's right, hitting easy street on mud tires.
Yeah, back in the day, Palms Farm was a place to go. Load the truck up, hit the dirt road. We could join the bar while spread the word. Like the bonfire, then call the girls. King and the Ken and the Marlboro man. Jack and Jen were a few good men. We could learn how to kiss and cuss and fight too. Better watch out for the doors in blue. Now the small town, he said, she said. 80-20 how rumors spread. Like I know something y'all don't know. Man, actually, it's getting old. You need to mind your business, man. Watch your mouth. Before I have to knock your loud mouth out. I'm tired of talking, man. Y'all ain't listen. Motor roads, what y'all missing?
Chillin' on the dirt road, lay back swirling like I'm George Jones. Your smoke rolling out the window, and ice cold beer sitting in the console. Memory lane up in the middle light, got me reminiscing on a good time. See them turning off a real life driving, that's right, hitting easy street on mud tire.
I sit back and think about them good old days, the way we were raising our son the ways. You were like cornbread and biscuits, it's broke right here, we fix it. See, I can take y'all where you need to go, down to my hood and back in them woods. Do it different around here, that's Rainbow Show. Do it good and we do it all night. If you really want to know know how it feels to get off the road with trucks and four wheels, then jump on in. Tell your friends we'll be raising hell out with a blacktop is. Chilling on the dirt road, lay back, swinging like I'm George Jones. Smoke rolling out the window, and that's gonna be silly.
We're now north of 6.2 million viewers.
Scouty reminiscing on the good times. See them turn off and revive driving, that's right. Hitting easy straight on road tires. Adam Curry, ladies and gentlemen. Chuck Hollywood. I was brought up in a small town, North Georgia. Raised Dawson the Baptist Moles in the front row pew for the Sunday roll call. Everybody praise the Lord. Y'all grew up learning how to hunt and fish. How to bust a 12-gauge pump and not miss. A life without work, that's just a myth. Never listen when he talking shit. My dad taught me how to stand my ground. Be a man, but we'll never back down. Don't start us up. If he's talking trash, you better throw the first punch and whip his. Be somebody, make a name for yourself. Life's hard, you go through hell. There comes a time when you gotta slow down. That's what we doing now, but we chillin' on the dirt road. Lay back, swiveling like I'm George Jones. You smoke rolling out the window, and that's gonna be a city in the console. Memory lane up in the middle line. Scotty reminiscing on the good times. See them turning off and revive driving, that's right. Hitting easy street on road tire. Let's ride, boy.
She makes you smile. The way I made me smile on the other end of a phone in the middle of a highway, driving alone on way by. I hope you hear a song that makes you sing along and get you thinking about her. Then the last several miles turn into a blur. I hope you all feel sparks by the end of the drive. You know she's the one by the end of the night. You never ever felt more free till your friends say you're so happy, yeah. I hope she comes along and lets every one of your plans. You spend your last time to put her up on her head. She's wilder than your wildest dreams. She's everything you're ever gonna need. And then I hope she cheats like you did on me, yeah. And then I hope she cheats like you did on me. Yeah, babe, I hope it shows up in a toy handpicked from a friend, hanging on to a guy. You just ain't him. I hope you stay up all night, all alone, waiting by the phone, and then she calls, and baby, I hope you work it out. Forgive and just about forget, and take her on a first date again. And when you lean in for a kiss, I hope you both feel sparks by
Currently 4.7 million. And the NFL's halftime show is in progress now as well.
And she makes you feel the same way about her that I feel about you right now. I hope you both feel the sparks by the end of the drive. You know she's the one by the end of the night. You never ever felt more free till you pray and say you're so happy. I hope she comes along the rest every morning you plan. Spend your last time, put her rock on her hair. She's wider than your wildest dreams. She's everything you're ever gonna need, yeah. Like you did on me. Like you did on me, he's a phone call to his parents. He's a Bible by the bed. He's the t-shirt that I'm wearing. He's a song stuck in my head. He's silent and he's steady like the hurricane he runs. He knows just where he's going and he's proud of where he's from. He's one good one. Ooh, yeah, he's one good one. Come on. Love me like he should want, like he wrote the book one. The kind of fun when you don't even look one. Anybody can be good ones, but he's good all the time. He's one of the good ones. Sing it with me. When he's on mine, yeah. He's one of the good ones. You'll know him when you see him by the way he looks at me. You'd say he hung the moon, I'd say he hung the galaxy. Nobody does it better all the way he pulls me in. I've known a couple that once, but they all led me to him. He's one good one. Love me like he should want, like he wrote the book one. The kind of fun when you don't even look one. Anybody can be good ones, but he's good all the time. He's one of the good ones. You say, come on. Yeah. He's one of the good ones. We should all find us one, yeah. They're out there, my last one. Some good ones, yeah, I had a good one. Love me like you should want, like he wrote the book one. The kind you find when you don't even look. Anybody can be good ones, but he's good all the time. He's one of the good ones. Come on. He's on mine, yeah. He's one of the good ones. He's on mine.
I belong to the drinking collide. We're up on the rooster crows. Whoa. The clock in when the whistle blows. Whoa. 8 hours ticking slow. Whoa. And then tomorrow we'll do 'cause I belong to the drinking class. Monday through Friday, man, we must start by. Well, if you're one of us, raise your glass, 'cause I belong to the drinking class. We laugh, we cry, we love. We go hard when the going's tough. We push back and push and shove. Whoa. If you knock us down, we'll get back up again and again. I'm a member of a good time and crowd. We get rowdy, we get wild and loud. If you gotta label me, then label me proud. 'Cause I belong to the drinking class. Monday through Friday, man, we bust our minds. Well, if you're one of us, raise up your glass. 'Cause I belong to the drinking class. Well, Charlie, he gave people microphones so they could say what was on their mind. This is what's on mine. I just want to catch my fish, drive my truck, drink my beer, and not wake up to all this stuff I don't want to hear. Like the same kind of gun I hunt with just killed another man. The only thing mine ever shot was a deer from my deer stand. I just want to cut my grass, feed my dogs, wear my boots, not turn the TV on, sit and watch the evening news. Be told if I tell my own daughter that little boys ain't little girls, I'll be up the creek.
Currently 6.1 million people streaming this. 6.1 million. This puts it in the top 10 broadcasts of all time on YouTube.
The directions the fingers point when everything goes up in flames. Saying I'm some right-wing devil, 'cause I was down south Jesus raised. It ain't easy being country in this country nowadays. I just wanna cut my grass, watch my game, say my prayers, not get a picture of a flag up in flames while people cheer. Oh, the same one my granddaddy fought for, stomped on like it's trash. And I'm a downright hateful monster, back to blue and bash. It ain't easy being country in this country nowadays. The direction the fingers point, everything goes up in flames. Saying I'm some right-wing devil, 'cause I was red letter Jesus raised. It ain't easy being country in this country, because I have my morals and a small town point of view. You assume that you don't like me means that I don't like you too. It ain't easy being country in this country nowadays. In this country nowadays.
I would suspect Kid Rock coming out pretty soon. The NFL show just ended.
I have a tendency to pay more attention to the things that I need. Sometimes Sometimes I drink too much. Sometimes I test your trust. Sometimes I don't know why you stay with me. I'm hard to love, hard to love. Oh, I don't make it easy. I couldn't do it if I stood where you stood. I'm hard to love, hard to love. You say that you need me. Well, I don't deserve it, but I love that you love me good. Yeah, you love me good, baby. Girl, you've given me a million second chances, and I don't ever want to take you for granted. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. Hard to love, oh, I don't make it easy. I couldn't do it if I stood where you stood. I'm hard to love. You say that you need me. Well, I don't deserve it, but I love that you love me good.
Yeah, they're transitioning right now. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our homie, Kid Rock.
Remember, when you're watching singers on YouTube, sometimes there's a sync issue and you're watching through several shows here, so yeah, be cautious about jumping to conclusions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our brother, Robert Ritchie.
You can tell your old man you'll do some largemouth fishing another time. You got too much on your plate to bait and cast a line. You can always put a rain check in his hand till you can't, till you can't. You could keep putting on forever with that girl whose heart you hold, swearing that you'll ask someday further down the road. You can always put a diamond on her hand till you can't, till you can't. If you got a chance, take it. Take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. Till you can, till you can. Now there's a box of greasy parts sitting in the trunk of that 65, still waiting on you and your grandpa to bring it back to life. You can always get around to fixing up that old Pontiac till you can't, till you can't. If you got a chance, take it. Take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. Till you can, till you can. You know, I awoke one Sunday morning all alone with this song stuck in my head. And in that moment, something or someone spoke to me. They said there was still a verse that needed to be written for this song, and to get up and write it down. There's a book that's sitting in your house somewhere that could use some dusting off. There's a man who died for all our sins, hanging from the cross. You can give your life to Jesus, and he'll give you a second chance till you can't, till you can't. If you got a chance, take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it, 'cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. Till you can, till you can. If you got a chance, take it. Take it while you got a chance. A dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. Till you can, until you can, until you can.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do to help other people and to defend this country above yourself.
I'm so inspired. This army of freedom fighters, we're going to be around for the next 100, 200 years because we know in the end our ideas will win.
God should be the most important thing in your life. But then beyond that, it's getting married, having children, building families.
My kids are my most important thing in my world. My wife and my kids and my relationship with God, the top 3 things.
And the more often that you choose the deep, the difficult, but the right path over the easy path is one that will reward you, your family, and this beautiful nation.
All right, everybody, thank you for being here tonight. That was the presentation from Turning Point USA. Very touching tribute there at the end to Charlie Kirk. God bless him. The game's back on again. It's still 9-0. We're just now 3 minutes into the third quarter. And yeah, and I was watching criticism in the other chat room, in their chat room, people saying that it's only 7% or 8% of the people that are watching the Super Bowl. Well, okay. But I want to bring up a few things to you guys, okay? We maxed out at 6.4 million viewers. 6.4. Okay, I watched it on my screen. 6.4 million. Yeah, now I saw 6.4, specifically 6.40, I think it was, or 1. I was watching very closely, and I was waiting for it to see how high it would go. And so we'll call it 6 million. And yes, that is absolutely amazing that we would have that many people watching it. But there's a big fat caveat on here, and I want to give that to you guys. So let me just find my radar. Where did it go? There it is. I've got to go through here and clean everything out. I've just got so much stuff going on. Why didn't that bring the radar up? That should have brought the radar up, but it didn't. Oh, I know why, because it's not running. I shut it down when I don't need it to save bandwidth. All right, there we go. All right, so, but here's the thing I want to tell you guys. Here's the thing that you don't realize, okay? This was just but one of many broadcast outlets that this was on. On YouTube, it was broadcast on Turning Point USA, but was openly licensed to be broadcast on other places. We broadcasted here to an audience of about 120. So that gets added on as well. Plus, you've also got the actual 6 million viewers that watched it on their main channel. They also free streamed this on Rumble. So anybody on Rumble could have watched it there as well. So we have to get the numbers from Rumble. Hey, Gator, what's up, man? And Trinity Broadcasting Network, the TBN. Don't ever discount numbers on Christian broadcasting networks. This aired live on the Christian TV network starting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. And it is now available there on their on-demand app. But this went out over the Trinity Broadcast Network, and that's broadcast stations, that's internet stations. So again, big numbers, we don't know. One American News Network, OAN, both broadcasted live, broadcast on the cable news channel. And they also will be playing clips later. So yeah, it aired there. Real America's Voice, partner network that aired the event, available via their website, app, or some cable satellite providers carried it via Real American Voice. Real America's Voice. So what I'm telling you guys, it's not just YouTube. Daily Wire Plus, the Daily Wire Plus streaming service, which is a subscription service through Daily Wire, broadcast it live over their service. It did require a subscription, but if you were a subscriber, you got a clean feed through their service. So there's another broadcast outlet. Charge, which is the Sinclair Broadcast OTT channel, aired the special, and it aired on Samsung TV Plus and on apps like YouTube TV, Hulu Plus, Live, and Sling TV. So, I mean, this thing was everywhere, dude. I mean, no, it was not on every big, huge thing, but it was in a lot of places. The National Desk, the National News Desk, featured coverage airing in full on the National News Desk, available on their website, thenationaldesk.com, and also on their YouTube channel. It was on the New Tang Dynasty Television, NTD, partner platform with a streaming access, and they provide it to their customers as a stream out. Other mentions, some reports noted potential availability on additional conservative outlets like ours here, and partner apps, and there was others as well. They did not stream on X because there was some conflict near the end there with streaming rights and stuff, so they did not stream on X. However, TBN, OAN, both broadcast live, and there was a lot of cities that did have it over the air on television. So it was in a lot of places. Also, it was on Dish, DirecTV Stream, Spectrum, and you can get the channel numbers by looking it up, each one. Free replays are most reliably found on YouTube or Rumble. So there you go. This thing was not just the 6+ million that we saw. Okay? It's not just the 6+ million we saw. It could be 2, maybe 3 times that much when you start adding Christian broadcasting stations and outlets and things like that. There was a lot of people watching this. So I'm happy with the way it came out. It was a great show. Come off without a hitch. Yeah, and we'll never know the exact numbers because it went out over antennas. It went out over broadcast stations. So we will never know all the numbers. So it's going to be yeah plus. We know it's going to be so many plus. No, extended warranties are a scam. I don't do any warranties on anything. They're all a scam. The biggest one is cell phone warranties. They'll charge you $100 deductible, and they'll charge you $20 a month for insurance on your phone. And I can buy your phone right now on Amazon for $159 reconditioned. So why would you do that? Because if you drop it in the toilet, you will have spent $20 that month plus the $100 for the deductible. You're in $120 for $20 more. I can buy you another one. So yeah, you got to watch those. I'm not saying every single extended warranty is a scam, but I've never seen one I wanted. I never take them up because, number one, those things exist because most people, A, don't take them, and B, when they do take them, they don't use them even when the product dies. Hey, Gator. No, I have not done any ham radio. I've made a few POTA contacts this last week. The noise floor is so bad down here. But when I've still got the radio in the car because I just haven't even finished unloading the car. I still have 2 things I have to unload out of the car. And my back just can't handle it. So, but what that does is I've been making POTA contacts on the way to work just because I'm bored in the car. But I'll spin the dial and make a POTA contact if I can. Yep, buy an unlocked outright phone online for $150 and then go walk into your cell provider and have it turned on. Many of them, you just have to switch the card out. Some of them, You don't even have to call them. You just switch the SIM card out, and you're all set to go. And then take your old phone and turn it off, charge it completely, turn it off, put it in the drawer, and now you have a backup. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, the cell phone warranties are the worst, especially with Verizon. It's a scam. They'll charge you $100 or $150 deductible on a phone that I could buy cash for $150. And then they'll charge you $1,800 for an iPhone or something that you could buy online for $240. But when you buy a brand new one from Verizon, you're paying all that upcharge. When you buy it online, I buy reconditioned ones. The reconditioned ones do pretty well. Out of the 4 I've bought so far, I've had one die after 6 months. That's still not that bad of a record. Yeah, I think US Mobile's the one I looked into, but I need unlimited, and they don't do that, or at least it's more money or whatever. So, I'm on T-Mobile right now, and I also have a Air Card jetpack on AT&T. Yeah, yeah, I know, but faking you were on the phone with somebody. I remember that. Yeah. We don't even bother anymore. A lot of movement in my neighborhood tonight. Oh no, Victor, that's crazy. It sounds like something I would do, though. There you go. Well, now you can just like shove something in your ear and just act like you're talking to yourself, and everybody will just say, "Oh, they're talking on the phone." It's going to be hard to tell who's crazy and who's talking on the phone in the future. Okay, yes, they did another field goal. It's now 12-0, and we got 9 minutes and 7 seconds left in the third quarter. And that's awesome. Not much of a Patriots fan, so there you go. A fart machine. Well, those are, that's good to have. It's good to have that available when you need it. So anyway, I just want to tell you guys, this came out on a lot of different things. And I was looking, do you guys know, you know what the all-time highest viewer count is on a YouTube video? The all-time highest viewer count. Baby Shark Dance. Baby Shark, dark. That song, the video for that song surpassed 16 billion views. 16.3 to 16.6 billion views as of 2026. Making it the first and still only video to hit 10 billion. And it's at now 16 billion. Do you believe that? Oh my God, it's such an annoying thing. The highest concurrent peak live streaming on YouTube was all-time peak for YouTube live stream is about 8 million. Set by the Indian Space Research Organization during one of their moon landing broadcasts back in August 23. Brazilian streamer got 6.1 million during the 2022 FIFA World Cup quarter final. Various sports and esports events have hit 4 to 5 million. Yeah, everything else is like platform totals and stuff. As far as single streams for a single live video, the record is 8 million. This thing got over 6 million. So it's going to be in the top 10 or 20 of all time on YouTube. So, and that does not count all that other stuff that I told you about. So that's pretty cool stuff. I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention. I think it's important to know that. All right, so let's take a look around as we do every night here at 9 p.m. Eastern right here on StarShip Adventures. I'm going to continue to look for protest video. I don't see any. I think they took the night off after months and months of standing out in the cold saying the same stupid shit over and over again. I actually think that maybe these people have gone home. Maybe they went home to watch the Super Bowl. I don't know. But I am watching. I am not seeing any under protest. I'm coming up number 5 under 4 spoof channels right now. And even MDG Gaiman, who is usually into this kind of stuff really hard, he's playing video games on his channel right now. So there's just not no Portland Andy tonight. The other 2 guys that we follow sometimes here, they're doing the Guthrie situation, but there's nothing going on there either. The scene I got from that just went down. So I'm gonna see what's going on with that and see if there's another live stream we can take. But yeah, everything's the Super Bowl right now. I mean, that's just kind of going on. I'm starting to wonder what's looping and what isn't up here. The upper left is the Associated Press, but that sun looks too high in the sky for where that is. It's not. It's 6 p.m. there. The sun should be nearly setting at this point. So I think these have looped back to the beginning again, and I'll fix that here in a few minutes. Hey Heath, what's going on? What's happening? Nothing. We just carried. You can go back and watch it if you want. We just carried the Turning Point USA halftime show while they did their stupid bunny show over on NFL, and it got over 6 million views just on YouTube, and it was on a number of platforms, including several big Christian television networks. So yeah, I think it did really good tonight, and I think it's going to send a message to the NFL. In the NFL's defense, I really think they probably signed the contract with this clown back when Joe Biden was still acting like he was the president. Back when woke was still in style, and now of course woke is out of style. But they still had this foreign anti-American prick coming to sing. And so that ended up happening to be what happened. But anyway, the Turning Point USA show was amazing. It was a great show. It featured a number of types of music. It was very good. And I was happy with it. I was happy with their numbers. I'm sure they're happy right now. We get the message out to more and more and more people out there about Turning Point USA, because we're putting chapters in every high school in this county right now. They're already there. It's already happened. And even our homeschool kids have gotten together and created a homeschool chapter. Are you calling Bad Bunny a lingering DEI fart? Well, he's done with his show now, so they need to deport him as far as I'm concerned. I think it's going to hurt NFL, but you know, the NFL, they're kind of like Disney. They had it all, and they're just making bad decision after bad decision all the time. I don't get it. Disney had it all. Number 1 destination in the world. Disney had places in all these different countries. Disney's was successful. They shit money. Everything was working great. They had some of the best rides on the planet. And guess what? Liberal DEI CEO after CEO after CEO has literally flown that plane into a frickin' mountain. They had it made. The NFL is the same story. It's the perfect thing. Everybody loves it. The Super Bowl has some of the highest broadcast numbers. Of course, they drop a little bit every year, and you would think the NFL, in their infinite wisdom, and the Democrats have done this, the NFL's done this, Disney has done this, a lot of places have done this. They opt to reach out to a new audience. We've got to. Why does it keep doing that? I'm going to have to stop using these cameras. I spent $150 a piece on these cameras all the AI hand movement gesture stuff is turned off. The program itself was turned off, and the camera just zoomed in on me without me asking it to do it, and I don't like that. Anyway, that really pissed me off. Okay, I got to figure out, I got to get that to stop happening, because that's just, yeah. All right. Totally blew my train of thought there, but I'll get right back to it. So anyway, the NFL, they basically have gone this whole route of DEI, and they just keep going down this hole. It started with the kneeling. Remember the kneeling? And then it goes into the DEI practices. Then it goes into, remember all the Black Lives Matter stuff they were putting all over everything? I mean, shouldn't all lives matter? Just total bullshit. And then of course, the super woke stuff, the anti-American stuff. And then we got referees throwing the games. I'm sorry, but it's just it's a shadow of its former self. And all they had to do was stay the course. But somewhere along the way, Disney and NFL and so many others, even the left, the Democrat Party, have decided to abandon the base and reach out to a younger generation. And it's a failure every time. They don't need to reach out to a younger generation. The younger generation grows up to you. Disney doesn't need to do all this stuff. Disney should have just stayed the course. Quit ripping down so many rides. Just build new ones. Make the parks bigger. Make it more of a value add. Get rid of all the bullshit. They ruined themselves. They ruined themselves during COVID with all that bullshit. The whole thing is ridiculous. And what it really comes down to is big, huge corporations that end up getting these leftists intrinsically in there on the boards, as managers, as leaders, as advisors. They get all these leftist lunatics in there. And next thing you know, something like the NFL or like Walt Disney World becomes shit overnight because of that. Because they've got these people that are in there intrinsically. They're in there, and there's nothing you can do to get rid of them. Once that happens, it's a spiral. It's just going to keep spiraling down. Anyway, I don't know what's going to happen next. I know the NFL will continue to bleed fans. They've bled a lot of fans, and they're going to continue to bleed fans. Boy, the interest in this Guthrie thing is amazing. That usually helps a case like this. There's a lot of people. When I put Guthrie in, I'm number like 18 down. So there's a lot of people broadcasting on that tonight. And we're going to do a roundup here in just a minute of what's going on with that. Before we do that, though, let's get to spaceweather.com. Spaceweather.com is my information source here on the show, and I suggest putting them on your button bar there so you can visit them in the morning when you're checking the news. NOAA forecasters say there is a minor chance tonight of G1 class storms. You'll only see those up in the Arctic region, but there is a slight chance tonight. And there is a sun-grazing comet that might be of interest. A comet is falling toward the sun, directly towards the sun. This suicidal encounter in April could become one of the most exciting backyard astronomy events in 2026. We're already starting to get backyard photographers that are taking pictures of this thing. It's the Kreutz Sungrazer, discovered on January 13th from the AMCAS 1 observatory in the Atacama Desert, says Morales. It's only a faint smudge now, but forecasters suggest the comet could become very bright when it skims the sun's surface. It's only going to skim the surface by 487,000 miles. During the first week of April. For comparison, the Great Comet of 1965 came within 280,000 miles of the sun and shown a magnitude -10. I mean, you could see that as a bright, would look like the brightest star. Sun-grazing comets often raise hopes, then dash them as they brighten just before disintegrating into nothingness. Comet maps might follow this pattern, but there is a hint that it could be different. Comet maps MAPS was discovered at a distance of 2 astronomical units from the sun. At 1 astronomical unit, or 1 AU, would be the distance between us and the sun during a standard orbit. So 2.05, that would be 2 times the distance between us to the sun, was when we first spotted this thing, the Kreutz sun gazer. After sun grazer, I'm sorry. The Stargazer was Jean-Luc Picard's ship. Let's just forget about that. Okay, and because that was a big mess. Anyway, surprising the record previously held by another comet. There's no guarantee that that this comet is going to do what that other comet did, but it will be fun to monitor. It could come around that sun really bright. It also could be completely gone when it comes around. So we're going to watch that here as we get closer to April. But that is your space weather news right there. Let's go ahead and get the very latest, looking at foxnews.com. Let's go through the facts first. The search for Nancy Guthrie. It's the missing 84-year-old mother of NBC Today co-host Savannah Guthrie. Entered its 8th day on Sunday, February 8th. No suspects or persons of interest have been identified by authorities at this time. President Donald Trump told reporters on board Air Force One back on Friday that the FBI may be nearing definitive answers. Yeah, he's an optimist. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information on Guthrie's disappearance and are currently vetting a number of ransom notes that they've been receiving through different media and family sources. Savannah Guthrie posted a new video to Instagram on Saturday saying her family had received a message and was pleading for them to return the missing mother. They have now said they have agreed to pay the ransom, and they're waiting for instructions. A retired NYPD sergeant says the case involving the Guthrie, 84 years old, does not resemble a typical ransom kidnapping. This one might rewrite textbooks because there's so many different oddities about this one, according to this retired NYPD sergeant, Joe Guy Salone. He questions why an elderly woman with medical needs would be targeted in a financially motivated crime. That's true. As much as it seems like they planned this crime, why would they plan a crime for a woman that will die without her meds and not take her meds with them? I mean, you planned everything else out, right? You planned out taking out the ring. You planned out everything. You disconnected her shit from the heart monitor. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff. They think this was a planned deal. This was like Ocean's 11 or some bullshit. And, yeah. There's not very ever hardly ransom cases. Most ransom cases come out of Hollywood, if you know what I mean. This is just not something that happens much in our society anymore. And it really never was that big because the people usually get caught. The person sometimes will die during the whole thing, and then they get charged with murder and everything else. And they usually get caught because they have to give the person back and get the money and all that, and it becomes a situation they can't get themselves out of. Yeah, companion drones or just straight up AI, robotic arms that come out of the ceiling above their bed. I know that's kind of scary, but think about it. All right. I have not heard that, Kevin. I have not heard that. Let me continue to go through here. We'll see if we come across it. He questioned why. Why would you choose an 84-year-old woman in a physical condition that she's in? She's on medication. There's so many things that could go wrong. The risk far outweighs the benefit. And if these guys are smart, you know, they've done some other things that lead us to believe that they might be experienced or intelligent, or both, and that's dangerous. But this doesn't seem like the most opportune target for someone who seems like they really planned this thing out really good, if you know what I mean. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. By the way, there is no live video coming out now for Guthrie, so I'm just going to put the Fox thing there and take off the tag. There we go. All right, I'll just put that there until I can address it. All right. He also raised concerns about the level of media attention surrounding the case, noting that ransom kidnappings typically rely on anonymity, especially a news reporter at NBC, where it's going to be major news for everybody. And it is. It's major news on every network. You got these crime chicks. What's that one on CNN or whatever that's always on there? They're just wall to wall with this right now. And that's good. But why would they have chose her? Because knowing that you're going to get all this extra coverage, you know what I mean? They're worried about possibly her hiding in plain sight. There's RV parks and stuff right nearby where you could literally just drive 12 miles down the street, go there, put her in an RV, tie her up in an RV or whatever, and drive away. And she's there, and, you know, she's nearby. You didn't have to transport her very far. And so that's kind of one of the hypotheses they're going on right now. Modern ransom schemes they require lots of planning. They require intelligence. They require experience to pull off. And so you got to keep that in mind. These people seem to not be completely just amateurs, because they did a lot of things right. I just don't know why they chose her, of all people, someone who's up there in age, not easy to move around, needs a bunch of meds or could die. Yeah. The final alleged ransom demand is about 22 or so hours away. It's coming up. As previously reported, authorities are investigating 2 alleged ransom notes tied to the case. The first deadline was 5 p.m. Thursday. That has obviously come and passed. The second deadline is reportedly set for Monday, February 9th. Officials have confirmed that news outlets, including TMZ and local Arizona stations, have also received ransom notes. Authorities say the notes contain sensitive information that may have been known only to Nancy Guthrie or her alleged captors, though the full contents have not been released. They're pretty sure that 2 of these are real because there's information in those that came from the mother, that must have came from her. Okay? And they've said this 2 or 3 times now, that these notes have contained information that lead us to believe that there's proof of life, that she gave the information to the captors. Yeah, well, you know, my mom has a grandchild that lives there with her, but she wants to live in her house. You know, she definitely. Yeah, Audrey, and we all know how much bullshit that was, too. So there you go. You know, our court systems have been weaponized and used against Donald Trump over and over and over and over. And nobody anybody that knows anything about this stuff, no one's going to put any credibility in that or any of those other cases that they had against him. So that's not going to do you a whole lot of good in here. Yeah, and that whole sexual abuse thing, that woman's crazy. I mean, listen to her. Her dog's name was Vagina. So yeah, that whole thing was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The only reason people win civil cases is because it's 50% plus one of the jury. Criminal cases require that everyone agrees. A civil case requires that only 50% plus one in the jury agrees. Yeah, William, that's true, but let me tell you a success story. My mom had 2 strokes. She went into a rehab center. They only gave her 16 days in there. And then she had to go into nursing. And I worked hard to get her into a good place. She was in one place for 30 days. It was not that good, but the therapists there were still really great. And then I got her into the place I wanted her. It was a lot better. And the plan was always for her to get better and come home. And she worked her ass off, and those people really helped and worked her. Every day they would come and get her 2 or 3 times a day and make her go over steps and lift this and pull this rubber band and do this. And they never gave up on her. And she came home, and she's living at home now. So, so that's how that works. But so nursing homes can be a great thing for people that need temporary nursing. But they also so many times just end up being people's final destination, unfortunately. There's not much else I can say about it. But it depends on what you're needing a nursing home for. My mom was yeah, this is a loop here. I'm going to switch some of these out. If I can't find anything to put up. Mama, stop attacking the mouse. Yeah. I'm defending ICE because I'm an ex-cop. You know, I'm very critical of police, actually. I'm very critical because I'm a constitutionalist, and I think a lot of cops shit all over our Constitution. That being said, I am 100% for ICE because ICE is following federal law. They're following the same federal law that Barack Obama used to deport 6 million people. Barack Obama. And Clinton, twice that many. Why? Because they were big on the borders. They were big on our sovereignty back then. Joe Biden was the one that changed everything. Why? Because the left needs illegals because the census is coming up in 4 years. And they're backfilling all the rich people and the successful people and the retired people are all moving to Florida and Texas. We've got people moving here so fast. We're going to probably pick up 3 congressional seats at the top of the decade. That's going to be amazing. So, yes, and there's always exceptions, of course. But yes, I'm not, you know, here's the thing, okay? ICE is doing the job that we sent them to do. They're doing it. Most of the altercations, most of the injuries, all of the deaths were caused by the left interjecting themselves into a legal process that they have no business interjecting themselves in. In nearly every single case, if the ICE agents were just left to do their job, no one ever would have got hurt. The only reason people are getting hurt is because they're attacking the police. And yes, ICE is the federal police. And when you attack the federal police, they're going to react. And when they react, they're going to react according to their training. And I got news for you. If someone drives a van towards me, I draw, I fire. So this whole thing is ridiculous. These people that keep saying, oh, he didn't have to shoot her. She was driving into him. Dude, I mean, how ridiculous is that? How absolutely ignorant is that? No federal agent should kill women unless they're trying to drive over them in a car. Do you hear how unreasonable you people are? Do you think that when a car's coming towards a cop that he should just get run over because it's a woman driving? I mean, does that make any sense at all? Oh, she's a woman, so I couldn't shoot her. I just let her run me down. Yeah, and I hear things like murder this. That's just ludicrous. Okay, it's a self-defense shooting. This is the way it works in this country. Okay, this is the way the laws work. If someone charges at you with a vehicle, you could do exactly what that officer did, and you, as a civilian, would be thoroughly justified. She made the choice to go there that day. She made the choice to enter an area where law enforcement was working. She made the choice to disobey orders. She made the choice to bring her dog and put her dog in danger as well. She brought her significant other and put her in danger as well. And the whole thing was bad decisions on her part. But yet you want to blame the ICE agent because he apparently just wanted to kill some woman that day, right? Is that what you're saying? I mean, that's how ignorant that is. It's just absolutely ignorant. All right, guys, listen, I hate to do this, but well, I guess I won't. I guess I'm just going to stay on. I've lost monetization tonight, but I don't care. I'm just going to keep going. We're not pulling people over randomly and checking for papers. That's not happening. The Constitution still applies to everybody they contact. 80 or 90% of the arrests they're making, they're going to wherever they're going specifically to get this person. So it's not like you guys make it sound like they're setting up checkpoints everywhere and they're just running people down and all this. That's not what's happening. That's not. So it's disingenuous to say that that's what's happening. This is the same ICE work that they did under Clinton, that they did under Trump before, the same ICE work that they did under Bush and Reagan, and especially Clinton. He deported more than anybody. So when you guys start talking about they're Hitler, they're Nazis, they're ruining everything, they're doing the exact same thing they've always done. And when they say, yeah, but look at all the incidents, look at all the incidents. The incidents are happening because people are interjecting themselves into something that's not their business. These people are elected to D.C. They decide the laws. They send out ICE to enforce the laws. Okay? ICE is doing what they're paid to do. This is so bloody simple. And yet, when you talk to the left, it's lunacy. It's just complete lunacy. She was in the right that day, and he was completely in the wrong. If you see it that way, you have Trump derangement syndrome. There's just no doubt about it. You have Trump derangement syndrome, and you know what that does? It makes me bring up our sponsor this half hour. Our sponsor this half hour is Trump and All. Trump and All for Trump derangement syndrome and people like you that just can't get over the fact that Bad Orange Man is in charge and things are getting better. Inflation is down, gas is down, things are doing really good right now. The stock market all-time record high on Friday. Things are doing really good right now, and you can't stand it, right? Makes you mad and angry, and you're screaming at the dashboard in your Prius in your mama's driveway. Rear, rear, with your blue hair all like out to here. Well, let me tell you something. There's a medicine for this now. You don't have to be such a raging prick all the time. You can literally fix this by just taking MAGA strength Trump and All, or even the regular strength Trump and All. Just take it, and next thing you know, you'll feel better about the country. You'll feel better about everything. It'll take away the sting of the Bad Orange Man, and it'll make your life a lot better, and especially make the lives of the poor people around you a lot better. But if it's not enough, try new MAGA strength Trumpanol. MAGA strength Trumpanol has been known to actually make people get off their ass and go get a job like a real person. Trumpanol, MAGA strength Trumpanol, actually will make you want to start a nuclear family. It'll make you want to be a part of society again. And so try it today. That's MAGA strength Trumpanol, because MAGA strength Trumpanol actually works. It'll bring you the relief that you need. And if Bad Orange Man's got you so upset to your stomach that you can't keep stuff down, that's no problem. We can fix that with the new fast-acting Trumpanol suppository. You just ram a few of these right up your butthole, and next thing you know, you'll be feeling better about the country. Your butt might be a little sore, but you'll be waving a flag. You won't care, because you'll be a patriot once again. You'll feel good about the country. You'll want to buy a t-shirt that has a flag on it or something. It's really cool. And, again, if you ram 2 or 3 of them up your ass, you'll wake up in the morning wanting to start a nuclear family or get a job. It's amazing. Maybe a career. Be an entrepreneur instead of some protesting loser that doesn't have a job. So try it today. That's Trumpanol suppositories. And, of course, if it does make your butt hurt, try the new Trumpanol butthurt cream, because sometimes you need the butthurt cream to make sure that, that things calm down back there. Make sure that you apply it liberally, of course, and make sure that that you smear it all around in there. This should be used in conjunction with Trumpanol pills, and also it works when reality's a real pain in the ass. That's Trumpanol butthurt cream for you liberals out there that just can't quite handle it. And are you not sleeping? Big Orange Man coming to you in your dreams? I know, it happens, right? He goes, Big Orange Man. He looks like Trumpzilla, doesn't he, when he's coming in? Oh my God, it's So what you do tonight when you go to sleep, stop by your favorite drugstore, pick up the product that's going to fix your life, and that is Trump PM. Trump PM will actually help you get a good night's sleep. It'll help you think about pleasant things when you're sleeping. You'll count red, white, and blue sheep. It's going to be absolutely amazing to have a good night's sleep and wake up in the morning feeling like getting a job. Waking up in the morning and feeling like doing something with all that useless college that your parents paid for. Waking up in the morning and actually getting out there and doing it. You're going to want to do it when you have a good night's sleep with Trump PM. That's right, Trump PM. And, these things, you can buy them anywhere drugs are sold. CVS, Walgreens, and also Bill's Drugs, and also Blairsville Gun and Drugs. You can buy them just about anywhere that psychedelic medications are sold, and for a 20% discount. Just put in the discount code, you're stupid. All right, so we're going to let you guys get back to the show here. This is Trumpanol. Try it today. I know you're going to like it. I'm sure Target has it too. Yeah, Target. I'm sure they have it. We welcome everybody here. Now, I do a lot of satire, but you're welcome to put your opinions in. It'll eventually devolve to the point that I'm Hitler or a Nazi, whatever, Oh yeah, MSM's bad. They're almost as bad as MSLSD or the Communist News Network. No more fraud in Minnesota. I agree. We need to deport walls. That's absolutely true. I think that would help. Yeah, William, I believe that even in biblical times, people believed in borders around their towns. People believed that the goods and services they have there are for their people. And if people want to come in, you go to the front door and you knock. That's been procedure on this planet for a long time. Even in Jesus' time, that's the way it was. You didn't trespass, okay? It's even spoke about in the Bible. Now, Jesus teaches us to forgive trespassers, and that's cool, but it's still wrong. Still wrong to trespass. And we'll forgive them. We won't put them in jail. We're just deporting them. That's forgiving them. Do people not understand that? We could put them in jail for 2 years and then deport them, but no, we're just going to deport them because we're going to forgive them their trespasses. Oh, here we go. All the right-wingers are on the list. All the left-wingers are on the list. There's been more Democrats than Republicans on the list. So go do some research. Use AI. It might help. And if you're going to use AI, don't use like Google AI. You need to use something like Grok or something that's close to the center. Some of these AIs are really bad slanted to the left. Every time I try to do anything on ChatGPT, it somehow works in global warming and how we're all going to die. And like, we realize now that was just complete horse shit for 20 years, thanks to Al Gore. 'Cause the warming's causing the cooling. What an idiot. Oh, here we go. How can people be illegal when we live on stolen land? I'm glad you said that. Because that is the stupidest statement that's ever been stated. It's stupid. Because in order for it to be stolen land, you would have to recognize that there was borders here. Okay? What you're basically saying is, we stole their land, but it's okay if they come here and steal ours. You can't blame... That is just so absurdly ridiculous. I can't believe that stupid woman said that at the Grammys. It's literally just stupid. How can you say someone stole land, but someone else doesn't have to respect someone's land? In the same sentence. Doofus. Holy crap. That's like Queers for Hamas. That's like the No Kings rally 4 weeks before the rally for the king. I mean, this is like hypocrisy at its worst. The left corners the market on hypocrisy. Gee, stolen land. Yeah, take your meds. Seriously. Wow. Jesus. Look, let's worry about just the sins of our father. Let's not go back 10 generations, all right, my Lord. You don't suffer the sins of your fathers, your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers. In this case, your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Oh, my Lord. What, 300, 250 years? Yeah, 8 or 9, 10 generations. Yeah, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yeah, but I've heard about Kick, but there's a lot of negatives that goes. I've researched other platforms. There may be a time where I start to go on multiple platforms, but I'll always be here on YouTube because this is just where it's at. It is the broadcast platform. It's the professional broadcast platform for people where I'm at right now, and so I definitely want to stay here. But I may also do some simulcasting as well. Mama Tobin, stupid is as stupid does. I think I even have that on my button bar. My God, I bet you I do. But yeah.
Stupid is, stupid does, sir.
There you go. There you go.
Sometimes I guess there just aren't enough rocks.
That's my favorite quote of the whole movie right there. Because it's so simple, but it's true. Yeah, here's the thing. These people that are illegal, they can go sign up right now and they'll give them money. It's more than $1,000. They'll get, and of course, when you bring $1,000 to a third world country, you're somewhat wealthy for that moment anyway. Yeah, all they have to do is go ahead and just take the deal. And here's the big thing with the deal, and I don't think a lot of people realize. If they take the deal, they get deported voluntarily, no handcuffs, no cages, no cells. You get deported. It's a lot nicer process, okay? You voluntarily self-deport. They fly you. They pay your expenses. They get so much of your stuff goes with you. And they give you that money that you get to take with you. But here's the most important thing. You can immediately go to the consulate and sign up and start coming back. If you are forced deported, you can never return. And I agree with that. If we have to grab you on the street and kick you out, you don't get to ever come back. Ever, ever. We fingerprint you, we DNA you. And if you're ever found here again, we're going to put you in prison. You're not allowed to come here. And it's just that simple. These people that self-deport, they're good. They're good to go. And they can go and they can go back to their country and they can start the process to come back. So it's not a closed door. They're mean at the consulate. Yeah, I bet they are. That's right. If you go out on your own, you can keep the money and still get in line. If we kick you out, you can't get in line. Let me see where we're at here. Okay, Seahawks 19, New England 7. Fourth quarter with 11:48 left to play in the game. It's currently, yeah, I mean, they both, 7-21. They need 2 ground scores. That's going to be rough. They need 2 ground scores with no score back, between. So what they got to do, they got to get a ground score. I wouldn't even kick a field goal at this point. You have to make a ground score. You have 2 ground scores. Of course, it's a little early, I guess, but still, you're going to need 14. That gets you up to 21. Oh, you do that shit away. All right, anyway, yep, that brings up 3rd and 11. The Seahawks have the ball. All right, anyway, I could call the game if you wanted me to. I could literally just sit here and call the game. I'm not great at it, but I can do it. I still want to know what those eggs were for. Last night, we saw them offload about 12 or 14. You guys tell me how many you thought you saw. They were too deep and they were too tall. And it looked to me like maybe 12, 14 boxes of eggs. And these eggs, how many's in a flat? What is that, 50 eggs in a flat or 36? Is it 36 in a flat or 48? I guess it's 48. If I had to guess, I would think it's 48. And there was like 5 of those in there. So you tell me how many that is. There was a lot of eggs. And they're sitting out there with like snow at the bottom. And I'm like, okay, so they're going to freeze. Oh my God. Yeah, that woman from the Grammys, I don't even remember her name. Billie something, dumb. Billie Eilish, dumb. She's just dumb. Maybe she'll never open her mouth again, and that will be what comes of this. I don't think that the Native Americans are actually going to take her house. But it serves as a benchmark here. Look, you want to keep talking smack, there's consequences. Okay, that's your opinion. That's cool. I personally like his tone. I like where he's at. We finally have someone that stands there and says, no, I'm not doing it that way. It stops here. It goes no further. Kiss my ass. That's what I voted for. And he's doing exactly what I voted him in there to do. So I personally don't want him to tone it down at all. Because when you tone it down and tone it down and tone it down, you end up with all these other mediocre presidents that we've had. Who said no more politics? Oh, she's opening a casino. That's great. Dude says no more politics and then talks about Trump. I never said no politics. Yeah, our stocks are doing good right now. Yeah, they are. They're doing great. I think it was a Dow all-time high. We are seeing great stock market numbers. Inflation continues to drop. We're down below nominal levels now. I think he needs to turn it up. I kind of agree. The reason it's going well is because he's got his foot mashed down on the accelerator, and that's exactly what we need to do. I think some of the protesters get paid to come out. But I also believe much of it is just literally just a bunch of sheeple that just basically follow around the whole process. They go to one rally and the next. And I'm telling you, I'm not seeing anybody live right now. Nope. MDG Gaming is still playing games. No Portland Andy. No none of this stuff. There's some guys that are showing the screens of what's going on around the world while they play a video game. Let's see. I don't see. Yeah, there's nothing. These are all loops. Loops. There, King Chaos is up, but he has nothing. There's no video. There's nothing coming out of anywhere, which tells me I think they took the night off. I really do. I think the protesters took the night off. They might. I'm going to be honest, though. I'm not going to hang around and wait for them forever. I'm going to do another hour or so. Yes, that's true, William. They don't teach critical thinking anymore. These liberal colleges and these liberal high schools and all these liberal educators, they don't want critical thinking because critical thinking puts you at odds with most of what the left says. If you think about it, I mean, they're the flat earthers of the political world. It's just kind of crazy how it works. Yeah, I can do a quick seismic look here and just see what it looks like. We had a few 4s yesterday. I don't see anything. The only cluster is up here south of Alaska. 3.2 was the big one. Akok, Alaska, 160 miles south-southeast. So that's a pretty small one there. Probably not felt by anybody. And that's pretty much it. There's a couple of small 3.4s in the Caribbean. Right 93 miles northeast of Cruz Bay in the U.S. Virgin Islands. There was a couple of 3.4s there. But that's it. There's just not a whole lot going on with that. Let me see. I'll check volcanoes here real quick. Whoops. Let me put this here. Mama, what are you doing? She is sound asleep right here in front of me. She's snoring. Yeah, it looks like Fuego's doing its thing again. I'll go ahead and put that up. These top two are just looping. I'm sick of watching it. So let me just go down here and switch these out. Guys, we are on every night, every single night, 7 nights a week at 9 p.m. Even if I'm not available to do a full show or I don't have a great internet or whatever, I'll still at least come in and say hi. And I'm going to have next weekend and the following weekend are going to be a little weird schedule-wise. All right, I'm looking here. Kilauea is just smoldering. Wow, Iceland Volcano Watch, and it looks like they've got aurora that you can see up there right now. I'm going to put that in the center up here. Put that there. And let's play that. Mama. What are you doing? You okay? All right. Yeah, there we go. I'll put that in there. Look at that. You can see the aurora. You can see the green. And in the center one at the bottom, you can see it too. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Let me see what else we got going on here. All right. I'm not playing a whole lot of natural sound tonight because it gets me in a lot of trouble with YouTube. Believe it or not, and I'll check that one, that's no problem. Believe it or not, a lot of these volcanoes do not have actual webcams that are active 24/7, but a lot of them do. So let me check and see. There is no live cams for that volcano. Oh my God. Do you hear the shit that people put in this chat room? Low IQ MAGA, okay? You don't even know what my IQ is. You might be surprised. Who support abuse, murder, and violence. It's you guys that are throwing rocks at the cops. It's you guys that are trying to drive over the cops. It's you guys that are showing up armed to protest, looking for a fight. It's you guys that are obstructing and delaying law enforcement. And yet you say that we're the ones that are abusing, murdering, and committing violence. That's laughable. It's ignorant. Just absolutely ignorant. Oh, that's Cherokee. I can't believe they put that particular movie on. That's funny. Yeah, Fuego has been shooting it up pretty good, and it covers the whole mountain sometimes. I'm surprised when it burps. It burps. Yeah. Yeah. There's warnings out there, but it's kind of just simmering right now. Yeah. Yeah, the left also, statistically, and this is actually a proven fact, the left is 3 or 4 times more likely to take antidepressants. That is an absolute fact. You can look it up. Use AI. Garbage disposal, MAGA heathens, and children of Satan. How long before this guy calls me Hitler? How long do you think it's going to be? Am I literally Hitler? These people go to 4 years of college and don't know what the word literally means. They always come in here. They start calling me Satan, heathens. Start calling me all kinds of stuff. Fascist, Nazi. Oh, and a pedophile. Don't forget that. They always go. What it is, the left, all they have is to call in names because they have no point. They don't have the ability to do a point counterpoint because their points are really rough. I mean, my God. So what they'll do is they just call a bunch of names. They just yell and call you names, and that's pretty much what they do. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're grade school kids, they're college kids, high school kids, and they're out there and they're giving them the information in these apps on what to say and what to chant. We had 4 schools walk out here for anti-ICE, and the schools they all lost credit for the day, and the school is gone through their phones and figured out who all the agitators are, and I think it's going to end up being some of the people that work in the schools. We have got to root out the horrible left that's in our schools. We've got to rule it out. We got to get them out of our schools, because the indoctrination of our kids is the biggest problem that we have today. And these kids are being indoctrinated in school. They're being told in school to walk out of school by school administrators. And they're being given what to say, what to chant, where to walk, what to do by adults. And that's just manipulation. That's almost as bad as these same people convincing people to go get their breasts cut off, or go start hormone therapy or estrogen therapy, or go have modifications made to genitalia and things like that. These are the same people that do that. Yeah, the left is recreating the Hitler Youth. That's a great point. The way they indoctrinate and how effective it's been over the years and everything, yeah, it's just like the Hitler Youth. That's exactly what the Hitler Youth did, was they would use school programs in order to recruit. Yeah, well, I can see some of that. Yeah, they're doing the walkouts, and they're taking all their credit away for the whole day, and they're going to get down to the bottom of which administrators are involved. Look, here's another thing. Okay, I want to discuss this real quick. Freedom of speech. When they say the government will make no rules restricting the freedom of speech, okay, that does not include when you're working for or taking classes with the government, okay? When I was a cop or when I was a firefighter years ago, I couldn't just go out and on duty, wear my uniform, walk out there and hold a sign. I had no opinion when I was on duty because I worked for the government. When you're a student and you're at school and you're in class, you're in class. Okay? If you want free speech, you need to just not show up at school that day and go do your free speech and take the loss of credit. Because guess what? Free speech does not protect you from loss of credit. It does not protect you from consequences. You can yell fire in a theater. It's protected speech. However, you will suffer the consequences that action brings. People got to understand the difference between rights and consequences. They think they got the right to walk out of class. It's questionable. But they do have the right to take their credit away, and they have the right to penalize them through the school for violating the rules of the school. Because free speech only applies when you're in a traditional public forum. A high school classroom is not a traditional public forum. Speech there is controlled by the instructor. Okay? If they want to protest, they go out to the public right away or outside the fence at the school and they can protest. But if they miss class, they lose credit and they get penalized for whatever the penalty is for walking out of class. Gator, how do you accept communism? I mean, that's a valid question. You're saying that I should accept them. I should meet them halfway. Well, number one, they're not willing to meet me halfway at all. They've been taking all this time. Number two, if I meet them halfway, I'm giving up half of everything. Because the way I want it to stay is the way it's been. They're the ones radically changing everything. As Barack Obama himself says, to radically change the way we do things here in America, to fundamentally change America. And that's what these people are trying to do. They're trying to fundamentally change America. They're trying to completely change the way we do things here. I want to keep things the way they are. So if I meet them halfway, I have to travel halfway between where we are right now and communism. And I'm not willing to make the trip. There is no more compromise. I'm done compromising. I'll never compromise again. You don't compromise with the devil. You don't compromise with absolutists. You don't compromise with people who are completely irrational 24/7, 365. You don't compromise with people that have ideologies that are like oil and water with your ideologies. Representative republics don't work with communists. Okay? It just doesn't work. So I won't meet them halfway because I'm not willing to give up the high ground. I'm not willing to give up what we've already got. I agree with your sentiment, Gator. You know, we're buddies, and I agree with you. You're right, okay? But that being said, I won't do it anymore. I won't meet them halfway because halfway to hell is still the road to hell. And by the time you get halfway there, it's going to be hot. And I'm not going. And so, for me, I'm done compromising. That aisle might as well have a wall down it. I'm done. And I'm sorry if that's polarizing. Yes, it's polarizing. Sorry. I'm sorry. Don't let your kids listen to me, whatever. But I'm not putting up with it no more. Not one step back. It stops here. We have to stop it here every time. Look at this genius statement. At this point, the choice is communism or elite pedophilia. See, I told you how many times do I tell you guys what words they're going to use? Now we're at pedophilia. Nazi and Nazis next, and so is Hitler. So those are coming. So hold on. Yes, yeah, like the Somalis. I mean, they're just shitting all over our country and taking everything and sending it all back home. Teaching is government-paid speech because of public schools. It's unlawful to make a communist platform of progressivism, especially under the direction of foreign influence. Yeah. Yeah, well, when I was in school, they taught Americanism versus communism. That was the name of the course. When I was in school, they taught American government. They taught what all the isms mean. These people graduate college and they can't tell you. They'll call you a fascist, but they can't tell you what it is. Yeah, just so you guys know, you know, I have faith. And I believe in Christianity, and I consider myself a Christian. That's as far as I go, okay? I don't study religion. I don't get involved in it. I feel that religion is so much people telling other people how to live their lives, and I won't get involved in that. So I don't like all the singing either, to be honest. But I also will fight for your right to worship in the way that you want to worship. It's very important to me. It's protected under the First Amendment. And so when you guys put all the religious stuff in, sometimes I go right over it because I don't know. I can't respond to that because I don't know anything about it. But can you argue the DOJ isn't protecting pedos? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no, what does that even mean? I mean, they're protecting pedophiles from who? From what? That doesn't even make sense. Yeah, Gator, and I mean, you know, like I said, Gator, we have common ground, and I agree with your sentiment. I've just fed up. Yeah, they generally don't ever see the forest for the trees, unfortunately, because they're not taught critical thinking. That's one thing that we were taught in school that they're not taught. We were barely taught in school, and they're not taught at all anymore. There's no critical thinking skills at all anymore. And that's how you get people that come in and say, no one's illegal on stolen land. It's like, where did you hear that, on Dumb and Dumber? I mean, that's the kind of shit that you get. Stuff that is literally, it's hypocrisy in a statement. It literally is. Okay, Zero Flux given. I'll catch you later, man. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in. Yep. Yeah, I agree with you, Deploribus. This is part of the problem. You got Somalia, which is probably the most criminal country in the world. And they're coming here by the thousands, and they're bringing their entire criminal mindset with them. And everywhere we go where there's Somalis, there is all this crime. And it brings me back to what I keep saying. Why the hell do they get free daycare and you don't? Why is that? They get free daycare, and they don't even need it. Okay, again, I don't get into the religious topics here, so okay. Especially if you're going to start calling out the Jews and calling out different people, whatever. I can't stand all that, to be honest with you. It's just that much more racism. I agree, many things can be important at once, but we tend to focus on just a few. I'm more worried about the Somalis than the pedophiles. What is your, you seem to be the one with the fetish problem. You've brought up pedophiles, what, 4 times now? That's what in what universe is that even something we're talking about right now? I mean, come on. More Democrats have come up on the Epstein list than Republicans. So it can't be that you're talking about. So why is it now? So what it is with the left is they have no argument because their points are ridiculous. So what they do is they use the strongest language that they've ever been taught. Hitler, Nazi, pedophile, fascist, terrible words. They just use all these terrible words. Kick puppies, just terrible stuff. Because that's all they got. That's all they got. When all you have is name calling, you call the biggest names you got. And that's exactly where we're at. Yeah, I mean, Clinton had his own room on that island. Are you kidding me? And these Democrats come in here and call us pedophiles when you look, my God, look, look at what's gone on. Yes. Yeah, in Somalia, all that stuff is big. You'd be surprised. He was a Platinum Plus member of the island. Yeah, he sure was. I got to get back down there. Oh, trust me, there's a lot of ills on that island, and I think there's a lot of people that will eventually be tied to it. But yeah, it's something else. That's right, Deploribus. That's exactly it. When you have no argument, and you lack the ability to make an argument, you call 2 or 3 really horrible names and you run away. And that's what they do. Hey, Sean. Well, you're a little late. I'm going to be here a little while longer. We've been on 3 hours now. 3 hours now. I can't find anything going on anywhere. It's one of those things. There's literally nothing going on. The Guthrie thing, the last videos have gone down from that now. Yeah, that's it. Yep. There's channels covering it, but there's nothing live coming out. So the last live camera, actually, this is... let me see. I'll go ahead and put this in the upper right, because that whole thing's about to break up. This game's just about over. We've got 2 minutes and 21 seconds left. 29-13. Seattle leads 29-13. Let's see, 13, 19, 26. Yeah, it's over. They need 2 ground scores. They got 2 minutes and 21 seconds. They would need 3 scores, 2 ground scores and a field goal. Let's see, 8, 16, 29. They could tie if they did 2 ground scores with 2 2-point conversions. They could tie, and even that would drive an overtime. So. You know, good old Bukkake, I worry about that a little bit. But I don't know. I common sense wants me to believe that they all knew what was going on there. That's why they were there. But we'll never know for sure. That's true. There could be some unrest associated with the winning of the Super Bowl. Let me see if I can get this switched out. All right, this shot I just put up under the logo, that is a live shot of Guthrie's house. That's the only thing we got. It may have gone down. No, there it is. There it is. That's a live shot from a TV station. That's courtesy Fox 5 Washington. I don't know why it's going over that one, but that's the only live shot that I'm aware of that's coming out. Yeah, here, Drake, here's my thing on this. If there was bombshell anything in there about Trump, Biden had it for 4 years. The Democrats had it all for 4 years. If there was anything in there that would have burned Trump, they would have burned Trump. Under the same token, Trump's had it now, and he had it before, the availability to see it or know what was in it. And he didn't use that information against Biden or Kamala or any of that. So I look at it that way, that I don't think Biden or Trump had anything to do with that island. Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago early on. And so there you go. Yeah. Yeah, well, the civil unrest looks like it's pretty much ended for tonight. I don't see anything. I think the Super Bowl's pretty much squelched it out. But we are watching a couple of active volcanoes, and we're waiting on updates on the Guthrie situation. Live shot of that in the upper right. Yeah, there you go. This is the first night that we have not seen some kind of unrest going into the night. So that's pretty good. But I think it's just a Super Bowl phenomenon. Yeah, no, there's something to be said for that. You go to a big party, you don't know what's going on. You know, I mean, there people go to parties, they're hanging around. All of a sudden, people are doing blow right in front of you. It's like, oh shit, I don't want to be around all that. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't follow crime stuff, guys. Not something I do on this channel. Religion and crime stuff. I don't do either one of them on this channel. All right, let me see what this is. Are we back? Are we back in Portland finally, it looks like? Thanks for the link. Thanks for the link, Jungle. I appreciate it. There we go. We're back in Portland. I think we have 3 protesters and 1 YouTuber. Yep, that's the rainbow. What do they call that? Magic pony or some shit. Magic pony. I think that might be the same one again. Just a different person with a different format, maybe. Wow. Look at this, guys. One guy on a bike, one crazy chick, and freaking magic pony unicorn. The rainbow unicorn. I wonder how the unicorn identifies. Is he male or female or they? The pestilence pony. I love it. You talking about me? No cats? I got one right here. Mama kitty. There's the tail. That's the mama kitty right there. I like Fruit Loops. You guys are making me hungry. I like Fruit Loops. Release the Kraken. Yeah, it's been kind of lame lately, last couple weeks. There's been a few earthquakes, but nothing real big. The Last Unicorn. That would be a good movie. All right. Let me see what else I can find here. think everything else here is still recorded. Oh, Mama, don't start that now. You all right? Okay, girl? Her lungs are filling up again. Dirk Diggler! What's up? Unisexual. Yeah, they're like cis uni something. Yeah. Two-spirited and multi-retarded or something. I don't know how it works. I really don't. There's literally 2 people protesting. That's it. My pronouns are supreme leader and master of the universe. I like that. Well, you know what I haven't seen tonight is the teddy bear that that rolls around on the little motor scooter thing. He goes 20 miles an hour up and down the road. And I haven't seen him tonight either. Does this guy think he's actually affecting change in his universe? Do you think? I'll tell you the change he's going to affect is he's going to puke in that mask, and I'm going to laugh. He's going to keep that dancing around shit until he pukes in his mask. All right, guys, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to play a song, and I'll be right back, and we'll finish this. We'll finish this up and put a bow on it. But I do want to take about a 5-minute break here and walk around. My ass is hurting. Maybe I need to get some of that butthurt cream. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. Yeah, is it dedication or drugs? That would be the question for me. Oh my gosh. God is King. That is amazing. That's the largest one I've ever gotten. Thank you very much. Leftists know they can't win a single argument, and they always resort to insults instead. Remember, the Marxist left can only control minds if they start the indoctrination when they're very young kids. They are evil. I completely agree with you on that. Idiots will be idiots. I completely agree for that. And that's for your treats, Mama. You believe that? See, I've already taken care of her. I got, look at this. Look at that, huh? Yeah. Got some catnip for her. I figured I'd put it in bags and sell it to her in quarters. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, yeah, well, thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. You have no idea. Thank you, thank you. All the money I make does get rolled back into the studio, including snacks for my cat. The topless motorized wheelchair, I remember that. Oh, I bet it smells like shit in that outfit. Oh, here the other one's back. Here we go. Somehow they've got it in their head that if I act stupid enough, that somehow I'll affect change in my universe and not just change in my pants. I give credit to the suit maker because that's like the 5th night that this thing's been out here and it still blows up. What are they doing? What is this doing? Is this doing anything? I can't tell. Guys, if you want, I'm going to play some music right now. If you want some of our music, it's all free. You can have it. It's for you to have and to own. The link is pinned to the top of the chat room. You guys can go in there and you can have that music. I'm literally just giving it to you. I don't want anything for it. I think it's really cool. All right, I got 2 songs I'm going to play. It's a total of about 7 minutes. The second one I'm going to play is the brand new one from tonight. It is set to Run DMC from 1990. And it came out really good. Yeah. Have a good one, Gator. We'll see you later. Guys, I'll be back in 7 minutes, so don't go anywhere. And then we'll talk for a little longer, and then we'll put a bow on this thing. But thank you, everybody, for being here. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth, and I'm going to be continuing to look for more feeds. So stay with us. This first song I'm going to play is called Protestors Are Idiots. And the second one I'm going to play is called Idiot Protesters. So they're both on theme here tonight. The first one, this is a little bit of culture shock. The first one is in the style of Garth Brooks. The second one is in the style of Run DMC. So there you go. Let's hear what this sounds like. I think you guys are going to like it.
Yeah, buckle up. Patriots. These clown shows in the streets, they're about as American as a commie parade. Time to sing it straight. No sugar. All salt, God bless Trump.
And the USA. Out in Minneapolis, they're screaming abolish, I see. Blocking road like idiots, acting all high and mighty. Portland's burning again, Antifa thugs in black. Smashing windows, hurting cops, yeah, take that back. Los Angeles riots, property going up in flames. Injuring our boys in blue, playing stupid games. Inflatable animals bouncing like fools in the crowd. Dinos and ducks, what a joke, screaming loud. Paid agitators stirring the pot with Soros dough. Can't still all chaos, but we all know it's a show. These antis protests, stupid as hell, downright dumb. Anti-American trash, where the hell you from? Riots wrecking our cities, hurting the brave and true. But President Trump's fighting back, making America new. Keep the U.S. great with borders strong and tight. Law and order forever under freedom's light. You pointless clowns got no hope. ICE follows the law. MAGA's rising up. Hear the patriots roar. Across the U.S., these whiners cry and moan. And a law and order, leaving destruction in their zone. Damaging shops, spraying hate on the walls, injuring police who answer the calls. And off masked, hiding coward faces, paid by elites to trash our sacred places. But MAGA counter-protesters standing tall and proud, waving flags, pushing back the radical crowd. YouTube blowing up with the real truth exposed, local media filming your farces deposed. Huh? You think your tantrum's gonna change a damn thing? ICE deporting crooks, that's the law we bring. No hope for your nonsense, it's all hot air and lies, while Trump's keeping us safe under star-spangled skies. Inflatable critters, what a pathetic sight. Smart-ass radicals losing the fight. We're protective as hell of our red, white, and blue. You ain't our American fools, we're done with you. From coast to coast, your protests fall flat. Ridiculous chance like a bad circus act. Expanding on YouTube, the world sees your shame. Local news capturing your blame game. MAGA warriors rally, turning the tide. Defending our nation with patriotic pride. These riots are garbage, injuring the just, but Trump's law and order, in him we trust. These anti-ICE protests, stupid as hell, downright dumb. Anti-American trash, where the hell you from? Riots wrecking our cities, hurting the brave and true. But President Trump's fighting back, making America new. Keep the U.S. great with borders strong and tight. Law and order forever under freedom's light. You pointless clowns got no hope. ICE follows the law. MAGA's rising up. Hear the patriots roar.
Yeah, keep protesting, you ridiculous crew.
Trump's making America greater than you. God bless the USA, land of the free and bold. These protests are over. Story told. MAGA forever.
It's 2026. Same circle. New clowns in the street. Left scream abolish ICE. While rocking the dumbest feats. Portland to Minneapolis, LA to the rest. Protests so ridiculous they fail every test. Grab the mic, let's roast this mess. No cap, straight facts, hypocrisy on blast. It come the whack attack. Portland crew suit up like a kid's birthday gone wrong. Giant inflatable frogs, unicorns, zebras in a throng. Chickens, hot dogs, clowns trying to diss on the feds. One frog gets pepper right in the vent. Now that's viral cred. Tactical frivolity, now that's just a college degree. While academics nod like deep symbolism see. Y'all boycott big tech, switch to DVDs in the bus, but still post on phones. Man, logic got dust. Melt the ice with rage, knitting caps, yo. Low dildos at the fence, hit your own side, though. Yank ice cube from Lottie, screaming the shop. Hypocrisy so thick, it won't ever stop. Anti-ice heroes more like comedy gold. Doing the most ridiculous things ever told. From sea to shining sea to left's on parade. Turning serious fights into clown charade. Minneapolis matters, hundreds of dildos in flight. Over the fence at ice, bouncing left and right. Pelt your own supporter truck covered in shame. Dude yelling out, with y'all still throw the game. Rage knit, melt the ice, beanie sparkly nails on fleek. Hand paint protest, pics on your fingers, peak technique. American girl dolls with tiny signs in hand. Cursor says, screw ice, yo, that's the brand. Louisville coffee shop drama, yanking Q some drinks. Filming it like it's revolution, man, what y'all think? Wheelchair warrior chases ice, agent down the block. Dude running scared, viral comedy stock. Force drivers to denounce on cam 2020 vibes again. Intimidation tactics, not just activism, friend. Interrupt church service, face sack, slaps them down. Live stream the arrest, holy hypocrisy crown. Clergy at the airport chanting, airlines kick ice out. Sit-ins at City Hall, reading stories while blocking the route. Swarm Trump Tower, occupy the floor. Chant victim names like it's open mic war. Fake ice losers got y'all paranoid as hell. Stealing flowers from dead women with tails y'all tell. Deny restroom access, smash hotel glass on a hunch. Rumors run wild, y'all punch first, ass lunch. Melt the ice, with frog suits getting sprayed. Throw sex toys at random, chaos never delayed. Boycott DVDs, but tweet from your phone. Hypocrisy king, y'all sitting on the throne. Fall clumsy, arrest, tripping over barriers. Yo, memes roast y'all harder than the status quo. Portland, Minneapolis, LA in the mix. Anti-ice circus, pure clown politics. Yeah. Pure clown politics. Pure clown politics. So keep knitting, keep throwing, keep dressing absurd. While the rest watch laughing at every word. Light C90's flow.
All right, guys, there you go. That was the two songs I made just recently there. I'm not really into rap a lot, but I did appreciate a lot of it early on, especially in the late '80s and early '90s. The Run DMC, and we got into some of the other the even like the Beastie Boys, which actually started out as a satire spoof, and ended up being making serious music. Yeah. Yeah, I love how people in the left always tell me how bad the music is. I love that. It's like, okay, yeah, so you don't like the lyrics because they are pointing out things about your life that you don't like, but whatever. It's AI music. I make it. It's great. I don't have to worry about copyrights. It speaks to the point of the day. And it works great. So there you go. Anyway, this is StarShip Adventures. I finally got the whole Starship going again, and everything is going well here. The Starship, the studio here basically set up. This is a dedicated structure that does nothing but this television studio that I've built here. I started building this about 6 years ago. I went on YouTube about 5 years ago. I started this channel, and this is the setup here. I can have as many as 4 or 5 people all working here at one time. I have a total of 10 computers. I can do 9 live streams. I also send out 2 feeds on broadcastify.com, and I do a lot of different things out of this room. I can track planes, I can track weather, I can track amateur radio. It's just amazing. And with all the different screens and computers, it gives me a lot of flexibility. Please check out our backup channel, Starship After Dark. Our backup channel is great. We got 2 different things going on over there right now. We've got our radio station up, which you'll hear all of these different songs on my radio station called Pile Up Radio. And you'll find that playing over there with a ham clock, which is basically just information on the screen. And you guys can check that out at Starship After Dark at the backup channel. Oh my God, look at it. These people are just, and they wonder why they're losing elections. They wonder why nobody's listening to them. They wonder why the middle is running away. They wonder why the blue-collar workers and even many of the unions want nothing to do with them anymore. It's because they make ignorant statements like, yeah, you just worship pedophiles, and your ideology was created by Epstein and Steve Bannon. They don't hear anything I say. They don't know the truth. Many more Democrats have been discovered on there than Republicans. And there's some like Bill Clinton that apparently was getting frequent flyer miles for going down there. But you don't bring that up. You don't bring that up. All it is Bad Orange Man, Bad Orange Man. Bad Orange Man never went to the island. That's been proven. Bad Orange Man also kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago early on before any of that stuff even started down there. So basically what you're doing right now is you're trying to link things that haphazardly link because you want to use bad words like pedophile, things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is it's a TV studio, command center. You can do whatever you want out of here. I have a lot of capabilities out of here. I have HF radio capability. Right now I have 40 megahertz all the way up to 6 megahertz capability out of here with 3 specialty antennas. I also have full UHF and VHF capabilities and 220 megahertz. And so I can talk to a lot of different people, MURS, GMRS, FRS, Marine Band, Amateur Radio Band, even Government Public Safety Band. I've got it all out of here. I even, like I said, I streamed some of that online. So yeah, I saw the bear on the board made the appearance. That's cool. Oh wait, there's 3. There's the honker person out here. You got to have one hippie hippie out there that's trying to get people to honk their horn, the three cars that drove by. Yeah, I like when they accuse us of whining all the time, but yet they're the ones out protesting the very law and order that keeps this country safe. That's what's amazing to me. They're literally out there protesting the very law and order that keeps this country safe. The law and order that Bill Clinton deported, what was it, 8 or 10 or 12 million? I don't know. Barack Obama, 6 million. I know that one for a fact. All the presidents have deported hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of illegals. And now suddenly it's wrong. It's bad. Why? Because the Democrats need these illegals to backfill their states so they don't lose congressional seats at the top of the decade in 4 years. That's the bottom line. That's the quiet part that you're not supposed to hear. But they need these illegals. Why? Because illegals count in the census. I'm hoping they won't count by the time we get there. There's a concerted effort underway right now. If we can get it to where the census does not count illegals, that will change the dynamic in this country forever. It'll be amazing. But yeah, they're backfilling right now with illegals. That's why New York put them all up in hotel rooms to get them to come there. And now they're stuck there, and they're housing them all in warehouses because they need the numbers. They need the numbers for the census. My Lord. Seriously? Oh, I'm going to die for what's right? Come on. What's right is people that don't belong here get deported. That's what's right. That's what's right. That's what the Democrats and the Republicans and society itself and the electorate has decided that they want to do. That's what they decided they wanted. It's you that want to go against normalcy. You're the pagan here. You're the one that wants to go completely against normalcy. You're the one that wants to go away from society. There's that same black sign again. We've been seeing that sign every night. It's like, oh, who's bringing the black sign? And then here's this guy. He couldn't find any work at bars this week because he sucks. So he's out here trying to drum up some business. Hey, honk the horn, man. Honk the horn. We're going to get a bag and a drum circle later, man. Seriously. Yeah. It'll be cool. We're going to play some tunes. All right. Figures me making fun of stoners, right? But whatever. It's not that. It's hippies. A lot of these are like hippie holdover people. Yes, we need an accurate census. I absolutely agree. We need an accurate census of citizens and legal residents. Yes, I agree 100%. And the only way you can get an accurate census is when you only count the people that belong here. Because we have to completely disincentivize people coming here. No one should get any free benefits when they come here. They should just get deported. If you did that, they would stop coming here. Because enticing them to come here was bad. That was bad. Joe Biden enticing them to come here. These different states and cities, enticing them to come there. Sanctuary cities, sanctuary this and that. They created their own problem. There you go. There's the issue. But they did it on purpose because they wanted the numbers for the census. Now, if we want to change this country for the better, what we really need to do is stop counting illegals on the census. And I do believe we're going to get that. If we get that, plus the reshuffling, we're going to get 3 more Senate seats here, or House seats here in Florida. I have no doubt we're going to get 3 more. That's my prediction. People are moving here from New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania and Baltimore so fast. People up there, they're like, there's 2 kinds of people in Baltimore: the people that have already moved to Florida and the people that are planning on it. That's what, yeah, it would be nice if there was a food truck out there. They would make a killing. You're absolutely right. But you would need to get one that serves like yuppie food and kale and all that stupid shit that the leftists eat. Money out of politics. Okay, let's talk about that. Money out of politics. First of all, money's not out of anything because money is a representation of labor. This is the thing that most people don't seem to understand. Money is a representation of labor and worth. Okay, how do you take that out of politics? Are you saying everybody should just be able to sign up to run and they're not allowed? They're only each allowed to raise a certain amount of money, or I mean, how would you do that? Or no money? They can't raise any money, so there'd be no more signs and no more ads, and we wouldn't even know who we're electing. Is that what you think we should do? How do you take money out of politics? That's like taking chocolate out of candy bars. I mean, how do you do that exactly? Yeah, you could go down the whole argument with the NGOs and all that kind of stuff. Term limits, we can agree on term limits, 100%. I think everything should have a term limit. Every office should have a term limit. I completely agree with that. Thank you. 4 years. I think everybody should serve 4 years and 4 more, and that's it. And I think they should limit federal service to 16 years total. I think they should limit it to 16 years total. If you're a congressman for 8 years and you term out, you can go be a senator for 8 years, you term out, you're done. You can't run for president. I think that's the way it should be. People should not make a career out of being a politician. That's where the corruption lies, right there. Yeah, Black Bear, I understand what you're doing and I respect it more than you'll ever know. I don't know how that's going to go because the people on the left don't respect you, and I don't think the cops respect you either. It's a shame. You're doing a good thing. I'm just afraid you're in the middle. You're in between 2 whirlwinds. And it's not a good position to be in, and then you may end up getting arrested, or you may end up getting hurt, and I hate to see that, but I do appreciate the I do appreciate that you're doing it. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that whole argument. Reduce politicians' salaries. How low should you reduce them? My county commissioners make like 20 grand a year. Shouldn't they be able to live? They're working 20, 30 hours a week, 40 hours a week. Shouldn't they be able to live on a decent salary? I mean, your senators are what, making a couple hundred, 150, 200,000 a year? That's not a lot of money by today's standards, especially if you're living in D.C. or New York. I don't know. I think overpaying the politicians is not the problem either. These politicians make 100 times the money doing other things. The corruption's where they make their money. Look at that Ilhan Omar. She increased her entire worth by like, I don't know, 10,000% or some bullshit. It's crazy. Make Greenland great again. There you go. We're just going to buy Greenland. Fight on Seattle Live 1 minute ago. I don't know. Let me see if I can find anything. Okay, so yep, stuff's coming in. Let me get it up.
Ziggy piggy, ziggy piggy, ziggy piggy. Still gotta get that drum. Joey Galloway jersey, that's one you don't see too often. He was really good for a minute, Joey Galloway. He burned out kind of like AB and a few others. I'm not that short, bro. He said we ain't that short, bro. Oh, I ain't that short, bro. But you gotta remember, he's that tall. Short King got offended real quick. Hey, that booth though is pretty slick. I like that. A mobile DJ rig.
All right, guys, pictures coming in from both video coming in from inside and outside the stadium. I'm working on getting more.
Short kings exist. Yes. With a short queen. The Aussies are in here, mate.
Trying to get me in trouble. All right, that's what I see right now. If you guys see anything else, let me know. too many things on here. You know what I need to do? I need to take a day and go through every one of these like screens that I have and fix this mess. I've got like 50 things turned off, and when something's turned off, it's still kind of in the background. All right, let me see here. Where's 8? 8's there, so we'll use 8 here. Okay. Copy.
Beat Pittsburgh. There's many, many to do. There's a party there in Seattle, man. Stadium should have just opened up. Maybe they did. I thought they were at the bar locally. First game ever, so I didn't miss much. I missed the field goal fest, apparently. I looked at the halftime, scoring summary on ESPN on my phone. It just looked like field goal fest, pretty much.
All right, guys, I'm keeping them live here. I'm rotating them out. There's a bunch of different stuff. I found a second video out of Portland. I put that there. They're both upright format. I put them in the big spot there. Nothing says we're proud of our team like destroying the town, I guess. How many NFL teams have come home to wreck towns after Super Bowls because of all this bullshit? Yeah, probably. Yeah, these left states, they're running all the rich people away. They're going to find out how stupid of a decision that was. Gavin Newsom needs more money, so he's running off the rich people. Great idea, Gavin Douche Newsom. Yep, Black Bear, you're always welcome. You guys are always welcome here. Even if we don't agree, we'll find some common ground. It's all right. All right. Let's do a quick reset, guys. It is currently 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock, top of the hour. My name is Ian. This is StarShip Adventures, and we are going to continue our live coverage for another hour here at least. We'll see how it goes. We now have all kinds of crap going on now in Seattle because they won the Super Bowl. So let's get back. This is StarShip Studios here in my residence in North Fort Myers. I'd like to welcome everybody to the channel. Please hit that subscribe button. Now let's get back to the grid. Yes, I am Ian. That's me. This is my channel. I've been on for about 5 years. I haven't blocked anybody tonight. I did. There was 2 messages that I deleted. Other than that, I haven't done any moderating tonight, really. No, when I come up, it comes up a different color. Watch. See, when I text it, it comes up and shows you that I'm the channel owner. So, yeah. No, hey, no problem. I love doing it. I love doing this. So does Mama Bleep, my co-host. Don't you like doing this? Yeah, I mean, she kind of likes it. It's all right. She don't make a lot of money doing it, but that's okay. What? It's okay, Mama. Oh, that's my mom, Kitty. She got a $50 super chat tonight. I mean, that's amazing, is it not? Yeah, look at how she buries her head. She loves her daddy. She loves her daddy so much. Sir Vasif, thank you for joining the crew. Welcome aboard the Starship. We're here every night at 9 o'clock Eastern and whenever news breaks. Yep, that's the kitties. This is Mama Bleep. Ed was in earlier. Daddy's in my room. He's already laying down. He's already in bed for the night. He's an old man.
Hey, you guys. All right.
Mama Kitty, what Mama Kitty? All right, guys, we are covering the aftermath of the Super Bowl win in Seattle. We've got multiple views here. A couple of them are switching back and forth from the stadium to the nearly but not quite riotous activity that we're getting in Seattle. Lots of people jumping up and down. I think there's a rule that when your team wins, you have to take your shirt off. I'm not sure.
For the moment, this wasn't planned when I went to Portland a few days ago. This was not planned. It was something me and Joe said.
On the show. I love Dunk. He's a good dude. I'd love to be on his show sometime.
We're about to get mobbed. Hold on.
Man, there is some shit in the water up there, I'm telling you. Oh, God, bottom right. I don't know, let me see.
No laws when you're drinking claws, eh?
That's the link to the bottom right streamer. I try to let you guys know who's streaming, and if you guys ever ask, I'll put it in there. This is the center above me here. That's Smoking Scans. Got that coming out. He's pretty cool. Oh, we must have lost that audio.
Says thank you for your coverage, Nathan. Monkey business, were you?
I gotta go for a cool yellow, guys. I'm gonna need you guys to turn off the camera.
Uh-oh, you gotta take a piss.
Oh no, the restroom's
Oh no. Oh no.
I love how people are.
Yellow's gonna have to
people
wait,
are so
sir.
proud, but they had nothing to do with it. Alabama
Yellow.
Slammer, thanks for joining up.
Give me
Appreciate
some of
it.
the yellow.
We are covering the aftermath of the football game, both at the stadium, which is pretty calm, and at back in Seattle, which is approaching riotous, but not quite there yet. And then the two on the right, the center and the right screen on the bottom, that is back in Portland. We've got the stuffed animals out there again. It looks like what is that Rainbow Bright? What is that stupid horse? Apparently, that Rainbow Bright unicorn horse thing is she's leading a mob of stuffed animals that are going to take over the federal building. Apparently,
68% said no. They did not enjoy the Super Bowl. Wow.
I do not understand. Yeah, if you ask 50% of the people are going to tell you they didn't enjoy the Super Bowl because they base it on who won and who lost. How stupid is that? But that's the way it is. That's human nature, man.
Lame Super Bowl. Yeah. So I didn't miss much. I'm glad then.
Yeah, they're like blow-up animals, stuffed animals. When I was a kid, they were called stuffed animals, but now I guess they got a fan in their ass. They're blow-up animals, I guess, now. Yeah, these people are nuts. Whatever. I can't get in sports like this. People win the lottery, they don't act like this. Oh my God! Do you think that Rainbow Bright, the Rainbow Bright horse or whatever it's called, is married to that teddy bear thing? Oh my God! Could you imagine the puppies that would come out of that?
Who's the greatest of all time? Even Homie was laughing behind him. He was even laughing. He's like,
Yeah, I find the left to be very racist a lot of times. Yes.
the Seahawks fucking laughed at him.
Yep, they got air up their butts. If we could just walk behind them and inject some Trumpanol up in there, they would take that thing off and go home.
Man down by the river, bro got that fucking vintage Sonics fucking satin starter fucking jacket though. I'll tell you what, a lot of motherfuckers would like that thing. That's vintage, desirable vintage. One of them satin ones and Sonics. Oh, bro.
Living in a van down by the river. That's the motivational speaker, Chris Farley. Amazing sketch. They did a few of those sketches on Saturday Night Live back when it was good. was it Chris Foley? Chris Foley, motivational speaker. Yeah, well, they make it easy not to vote for him, I'll tell you. It's the party of lunacy. Yeah. Well, they definitely choose who wins. Now, why they choose who wins, I don't know. But they definitely choose who wins. No doubt about it. This guy is so lonely. He comes and sets up his DJ stuff. He's like, the bars won't hire me because, like, you know, I'm like too yuppie for them, I guess. And so I come out and set up my speakers, and I like act like I'm singing, but I really don't.
Oh, there's the news finally. Couldn't see which. The mic. I don't know if they have Waymo in Seattle.
They ain't gonna be partying late.
As you know, they've taken over. But only here in SoCal.
Yeah, I think the whole aerosol thing might work. Just aerosol that shit over the crowd.
Joe's gotta take a leak.
But then somebody will always say, what if it makes him sterile? And I say, what's the problem with that? I'm just kidding. Not really.
Otherwise, we're gonna hear him piss and maybe even shoot out a little fart or two.
It's basically a guy that has no talent, can't sing, can't play, can't do nothing, but he bought all the equipment anyway, and he goes out and he sets it all up. And then he stands there.
The whole area is crowded.
Yeah, I've heard that before, Blake, but I had forgotten that fun fact. Yeah, that's great. Yep, Chris Foley was a friend of his growing up. Mark Young, thanks for joining up. Thanks, welcome aboard the Starship. Thank you. We're here every night at 9 o'clock Eastern for this show, a multi-screen show called The Sights and Sounds of Earth. We split audio left and right here, guys. We split audio left and right. So if you're listening to us and you're wondering why you're hearing all kinds of weird stuff, if you're listening with headphones, you'll notice it's completely different in one ear or the other. So that way you can pick which ear you want to hear.
Police are down here, had the intersection blocked. Makes sense. Down here, looks like they're on top of cars here. Intersection is packed, filled with people.
Yeah, well, the Patriots blew it today, that's for sure. Look at this idiot. I'm a doofus. I'm a doofus. I'm a doofus. Okay, can we have all the doofuses go to the right, please? Yeah, that was crazy. Outside the Olympics there, they were... when they protest over in Europe, they go nuts. They take it seriously. They fire back. I mean, it's bad. Because you know what? They're fruitcakes. These people are all a bunch of victim fruitcake weirdos. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He is literally he's your wedding. He's an unemployed wedding singer. All right, is what he is. He's got all this great equipment, but nobody wants him to sing because he has no credibility because he sucks. And so he now devotes himself to being the DJ at your protest. Are you protesting? Well, he's the He wants to be the DJ at your protest. Yes, I know. We were watching that. We covered that live here. I carried it, even though it's probably going to demonetize me. I didn't care. I carried it anyway. We watched it in the mid-screen so that you guys could still see other things that were going on. But we did watch it, and we listened to it. And it was a great show that Turning Point USA put on. And, yeah, the highest I saw it get up to was 6+ million. It went at just over 6 million. And it also was on a bunch of Christian networks. It was on other internet networks. It was all over the place. It was even on a few broadcast networks, DirecTV, Samsung TV, it was all over the place. So you could probably double that number again. It's crazy, crazy numbers. It did really good tonight. And that's good because that's ridiculous that the NFL had Limp Duck or whatever that guy's called. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's lip syncing or if it was video delay. I think it might have been enough video delay there that it made it look like that. A lot of singers will use the backup track playing along with them. It blends. I don't know. Even if he's lip syncing, whatever. That doesn't bother me, but it does others, whatever. Bad Bunny, yes, thank you. I mix it up with Grungy Turtle. I get them all mixed up. Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit. If they were today, they wouldn't be Limp Bizkit because we got blue pills now. Yeah, I watched it over over here. It was on, but I couldn't hear it. Yeah, it was just dumb. It was overly. Let me tell you what. From what I saw, they did the usual, way too much on props. Everything was props. Whole houses and shit came rolling out, and cornfields come rolling out, and it was stupid. Shit rabbit, dumb bunny, floppy disk drive. There you go. The shit rabbit. Green Day was good. Yeah. Oh, look at those trees. That's so cool. That looks really cool, man. Them trees look really cool, dude, I gotta say. Oh, here we go. He's singing again. Oh, here we go. He's going to do something. What are we going to do here? Yeah, hey. He's working out. There's a crowd of about 15 people. Is that a crowd? I don't even know if 15 people qualifies as a... Don't you need like 20 to have a crowd or something? I'm sure Trump didn't like the halftime show. He probably, hopefully he watched Turning Point's halftime show. Fitty Cent. Trump does not seem happy with much. He's got a lot to be happy about. Things are going well. We are on the road to recovery in just 1 year. Yeah, I think it's going to be epic. I think it's going to be an epic amount of viewers. I really do.
Must be doing
Yeah, I enjoyed it too. It was a good halftime show.
Thank you, Ash, for being here. If you're new to the channel, please like, subscribe, and share this out.
Your horns work, bro.
Victory
Stop.
in Seattle. Victory in Seattle Seahawks.
Buying Drake May cards. A lot of people, I assure you, there's a lot of returns on eBay right now. Some big Drake May cards that were bought right before the Super Bowl, thinking he'll win and that they'll go up.
Seattle, people are excited. That's what's going on up here. People are coming into the party.
We don't need the troops. Look, these people are nothing. Look, they protest in Israel, they protest in France, they protest in Italy, they protest in the UK, they protest in the Middle East. There's 200,000 people show up, 500,000 people show up. These assholes can't muster 20 people. I don't even think I don't know, man. I understand a few nights it got a little dicey. There was that one day they kicked them guys' ass. But the point is when it comes right down to it, these guys are really, I mean, they're running around like a bunch of inflatable animals and shit, and they're washed out wedding singers and Rainbow Bright the dumb horse and shit. I don't think these people are intimidating at all. Look at this guy. What's he doing? I say guy, I'm sure it's a liberal woman in there, a white liberal woman. And somehow that person thinks that I'm doing the right thing in my life right now. Look at me. I'm a narcissist. And I'm thrusting this costume to make it look like I'm having sex with myself. It's just what a waste.
Watching DCP and Seahawk fans going cuckoo for Cocoa Puff. Waiting for Joe to finish his tinkle. And yeah, get back in it. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I mean, you're in the heart of Seattle right here.
We did not watch Bad Bunny. We watched Kid Rock. We watched the Turning Point USA start to finish on this channel. We carried it here in the expanded size screen. Yeah, yes, absolutely. We did not watch Bad Bunny, but Bad Bunny was on monitor number 7 over there. So I was watching what he was doing while I was watching the halftime show that I was watching. Okay, Dark Patriot. Yeah, I just so you know, I addressed this earlier. I used to be a meet in the middle kind of guy, and about 4 or 5 years ago, I realized this is not right and left; it's right and wrong. And if you meet somebody on the road to hell, you're halfway to hell. And I don't believe in that anymore. I have completely changed my philosophy now, and I don't want to meet any of them anywhere. I don't even want to be around them. As far as crossing the aisle, I wouldn't even care. I don't want to cross the aisle. I want to stop every single thing that they try to do dead in its tracks. I don't want any compromise. I don't want us to give up ground. We've got the high ground morally. We've got the high ground financially, physically, emotionally. We've got the high ground. On almost every case, we've got the high ground on the right. We need to keep that. We need to keep that in mind.
Any of you guys watch the Kid Rock one?
The middle, to me, the middle is no man's land. Because you're either on the side of the Republic or you're on the side of communism. And I'm not meeting you halfway to communism. Because by the time we meet, we'll be halfway there, and you'll still be dragging me towards the other side. Yeah.
operations won't get stepped on or mixed with all
It's
the
an LGBT bear and an LGBT rainbow bright horse.
any tactical channels on broadcast. Unless you have a
That's how I feel about it now. It's good. It's good. It's right and wrong, not right and left. It's good versus evil. It absolutely is. Why do you think most people that are godly are on the right? Most people that are religious are on the right. Most people that are atheists are on the left. Most people that are agnostics are on the left. You can just do the math and you can see it. Do you know that people on the left are 4 times more likely to suffer depression and take depression medication? 4 times as likely. People on the left are 6 times more likely to hate their country. It's ridiculous when you look at it. They hate this place. And they hate the way we do everything. But they're stuck here. And that's how they look at it. And I won't meet them halfway anymore. Halfway to hell is still on the way to hell. I agree with that, dehydrated water. And there's plenty of evil around to look at. It doesn't always, you know, it's not always as plain to see, but it's everywhere. No, there is no such thing as bipartisan anymore. There's no such thing as journalism anymore. There's no such thing as a non-biased anything anymore. Everything's biased now. Everything. Yeah, you can't give an inch to these people. They'll take more than a mile. Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Drive my Cybertruck down in there. Yeah, that's a good idea. Good idea there. I'm gonna drive my Cybertruck down so everybody can stand on the outside of it. That's what I'm gonna do it right now. Well, I don't see how you can be on the fence anymore. It's blatantly clear to me that one side wants to destroy the country and the way we do things, and the other side wants to protect the country and the way we do things. It seems so clear to me. Yeah, the left has no tolerance for people in the middle. That's for sure. I have a tolerance for people in the middle. I don't necessarily agree with them, but I have a tolerance for them. All right, so we're going to stay with this for a little while longer. We are watching what is turning into we're almost into a riotous situation. There's already been several fights. You've got crazies out there, like this one in the upper right. Look at this. The chick's got is it a guy or a girl? I can't tell. I guess it doesn't matter anymore. I'll just say they. Oh, here we go. Yep, this is going to become riotous here. There you go. Nothing says I love my sports team like destroying my car while I'm destroying my town. Yay, go Seattle. Oh, yay, those are $400 tires, you dumbass. What a dumbass. What a complete dumbass. What a little dick on that guy to have to do that. 'Cause size matters.
AMG power, man. AMG power. Woo, you just roasted.
Nope, I used to not throw stones, and I used to turn the other cheek. I gave up on that stuff too, and I'll tell you why. When you turn the cheek, you're not convincing other people to be, you know, you want to convince other people that there's a problem and that they need to be active, and that that's what I do every day here. That's what I do every day at work on my commercial radio show. I try to explain to people what's going on. Here's the facts. Here's where you find the facts. Here's what you can deduce from these facts, so that people are educated in it. And I think it's important to do that. When we just ride the fence and we never talk about politics and we never get involved in anything, you could be sliding in the wrong direction and you're not doing anything to help it. I don't know. I believe it's up to every one of us to take an active role in politics. Now, I'm not saying you should run for election or even hold a sign on the corner. But you should be educated, you should be in it, and you should have a side. Because you know what? If you show up to a football game, I'll use this analogy. If you show up to a football game and you don't like, let's say tonight, if I showed up to that game, I don't care who wins. You know why I don't care who wins? Because I don't like either team. And when you're in the middle and you're on the fence and you don't really settle down with either team, then you really don't support anything. And that's kind of where I'm at. I go with the one, I'm a libertarian, a constitutionalist libertarian. The closest ideology I align with politically is I'm conservative. But I'm even more than that. I believe government is the problem. Yeah, well, the Lincoln Project, unfortunately, has been taken over by the far left. I hate to say it. Once a very proud organization, but they're just now a spokespiece for the left now, unfortunately. Lincoln, the president, the Republican that freed the slaves, and that organization's been taken over by the far left. Yeah, the environment's fun. The tailgating's fun. Having a few beers with friends is fun. I don't give a shit about the game. Well, imagine if nobody gave a shit about religions. Well, see, I don't. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care about religion. I don't care about sex. I don't care about race. It's just three things I just don't give a shit about. And I like it that way. It works wonderful. Conservative means I want things to remain the way they are. I want the United States to remain a representative republic. I want it to remain rooted in Christianity. I want it to I want to spend less and do less as far as the government is concerned, and not more. I want to regulate less. I want to be very conservative about every aspect of government. I want to reduce the size and scope of government as much as possible, and I want to run the rest of it as clean as possible. That's being a conservative. And I align with the conservatives because I'm a constitutionalist libertarian. I believe in a staunch interpretation of the Constitution, an absolutist interpretation of the Constitution. I believe it's the most important document that's ever been written. And I think that if the closer we follow it, the better off everybody's life becomes. And then I'm a libertarian. I believe the government is what screws everything up. And I still believe that to this day. The government ruins everything. Whether you're trying to start a business, whether you're trying to own your first car, whether you're trying to, no matter what you're trying to do, the government is an obstructionist. They're going to be there to obstruct you, to prevent you, to hold you back. They're going to be there to send inspector after inspector to make you do things that you can't afford. It's ridiculous. Our government is so overregulated. We've got entire rooms with volumes of books. It's ridiculous. We don't need that many rules. We could live literally on with 5% of the rules we have today, and you'd never notice the difference other than government would be less intrusive. It's absolutely ridiculous how much our government spins and how absolutely crazy they are about regulating every little part of our life. They regulate everything. Your local government thinks they can tell you if you're going to move a plug in your house, you got to get permission. You're going to move a door opening in your house, you got to call and get permission. You got to go down and pull a permit. For some jobs, you got to get a licensed contractor. That's ridiculous. It's your house. It's your house. I've never pulled a permit. I would never pull a permit. That's ridiculous. Government telling you. They tax you on your house that you own. You own it. They tax you on it, right? They tell you when you can and can't do things there. There's laws that apply at your house. You own it, but you don't really own anything. You don't own anything. If you don't pay your taxes for 3 years, you don't own anything at all. It's ridiculous. That's what I mean by the government ruins everything they touch. They've made it now to where property ownership really doesn't mean anything. It's more of a burden than it is a right. Okay, so we're destroying this car. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, thanks, Black Bear. I appreciate that. Yes, I agree that Islam is definitely a threat to the country, and it's a threat that people don't like to talk about, but it's definitely one that exists. They don't come to assimilate. They come to basically move in, take over, dilute, and populate. That's what they do. And eventually, just like in Dearborn, I have to pronounce it right, Dearborn. Did I pronounce it right? They actually have Arabic writing on the police patches. They're naming all the roads now after terrorists from the Middle East. I mean, if you tell me that these Islamists are not coming into our country and taking over, take a look around, man. Start in Dearborn, Michigan. All right? They come to conquer. They come to take over. They think long game. You know, we think 6 months a year. They think 20 years, 50 years. They're on the long game. Yeah, they're coming to take over. They absolutely are. Hitler said the same thing about the Jews. Wow. Okay, whatever. And look who's calling names. You guys are something else. Is that the only argument you have? To call me a fat fuck? Is that all you have, really? That's all you have? Jesus. Oh, and I'm in the closet, too. No, that's your side that has that problem. My God, you people are racist. The left is the most racist, and they call you racist. That's the thing that gets me. They're always, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist. But it's like, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. You're the racist one. My Lord. Oh, my God. Yeah, well, it's typical. We always get our trolls in here, our leftist trolls in here. You know how it is, guys. I get it. I get it. And you know who else gets it? And I think it's really important. You know who else gets it? Our sponsor gets it. Trump and all. Trump and all. For those of you who are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome, Big Orange Man, Trumpzilla, coming down the road to get you. Does it bother you all the time? Are you having a hard time working? Are you having a hard time making dinner for your family, if you have one? Are you having a hard time getting out of bed in your mom's basement and going out and finding work? Well, Trump and all can help. Trump and all, just take a couple of these, and next thing you know, you'll be waving a flag like a patriot. And it'll be right side up. It's going to be awesome. And you'll want to do the right thing, and you'll care about your country. All it takes is a few of these little Trump and all pills. However, there is a problem, and that's that some of you are really, really stubborn. And that's why we've got extra strength, MAGA strength Trump and all. MAGA strength Trump and all will help you guys get through this mess that you're dealing with right now, where you have no contact at all with reality, and you're always calling everybody racist Hitlers, and you're always calling everybody Himmler, and you're always calling everybody all these different great, wonderful names like Nazi and socialist and fascist, and just all these names that you love to use. Just take some of this, because you know what? With extra strength Trump and all, if you take this after a week, you'll want to start a nuclear family. You'll get off your ass and get a job. You might even move out of your family's basement. Think about that. And you won't spend all night out protesting, because you'll have a good job during the day. It's amazing. Extra MAGA string Trump and all is helping people like you live a normal life again. It's allowing you to put the crazy away for a while and let reality come rushing back in, and live a good life with MAGA strength Trump and all. And have you ever had that situation where Big Orange Man just makes it too hard to keep food down? Yeah, I get it. Well, that's fine, because we have fast-acting suppositories from the makers of Trump and all. It's Trump and all fast-acting suppositories. These suppositories are awesome. You ram a few of these up your ass, and you'll be a patriot for sure. You'll even maybe love the president, considering how good he's doing with everything right now. The unemployment rate at an all-time low here coming up. The today, Friday, all-time high on the stock market. Man, we're talking about inflation down below nominal levels. Holy crap, everything's going great. But you can't seem to see it, because you can't keep down the Trump and all. So shove these up your ass, and that might help. And I think that this is probably where you're going to have to go to get some relief. And then if those sting, or maybe after the next election, when again you don't do well because your messaging sucks so incredibly bad, try, from the makers of Trump and all, Butthurt Cream. Butthurt Cream. This Butthurt Cream is for when reality is a total pain in the ass. Just apply this liberally on your bum, and next thing you know, you'll feel better about the world. And you'll be able to sit down without that ridiculous donut you've been using. It's pretty awesome. Butthurt Cream from the makers of Trump and all. And then, are you having a hard time sleeping? A lot of people are like, I can't sleep. Oh my God, Bad Orange Man. He keeps coming in my dreams. He looks like Godzilla with a big orange face, and he's and he tears up my whole town in my dream. What am I going to do? Well, try Trump PM from the makers of Trump and all. Try Trump PM. Trump PM can help you get that good night's sleep, so that you wake up in the morning not wanting to protest, not wanting to go out and dye your hair blue, not wanting to join a union, but no, you'll actually go out and want to get a job. It's awesome. And a few nights of that, next thing you know, you'll be an entrepreneur. You're going to want to start a business, mow a lawn. You're going to want to actually create something with your own hands and sell it to somebody in the free markets. You're actually going to want to create a nuclear family and have a home with an American flag flying out front, right side up. Trump and all, it makes a difference. It takes the crazy away, and it brings you back to reality. Trump and all is absolutely amazing. Trump and all can be found at CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, Publix, Ingles, Piggly Wiggly, and wherever psychedelic drugs are sold. I think Target also. Somebody mentioned they saw them in Target. So there you go. They are also at Target. So find these today, the Trump and all line of products. Just look for the crazy blue-haired bitch on the bottle. That's Trump and all. And for a discount, use the discount code douchebag. All right, everybody, that's it. That's Trumpinol, the sponsor of the show. Thank you, Trumpinol. It also may suppress the urge to throw dildos at law enforcement officers and random people. Yes, they were leering about it. Yes, at the Leering Center. Side effects, you might get a girlfriend that doesn't have a penis. I like it, William. Oh, there's a conspiracy for you. Ice took her. Yeah. Yeah, they keep bringing kids to the protest because with the kids, they actually have 20 people there. Right now at the protest, I see 3 people on one side of the road and 3 or 4 people on the other side of the road. That's if you count the pedestrian on the bicycle, the inflatable animals, the actual 3 or 4 people that are protesting, the 6 YouTubers, the 1 out-of-work wedding singer, and the 3 people sitting over there with the projectiles just waiting for the opportunity. And that's who you have out there right now. Yes. I think it's funny if everybody turns them on when you throw them. Get the ones that vibrate. I mean, let's do it right. Dude, you better go check your sugar levels. You're going to stroke out like Kirk. Which Kirk? Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. Captain Kirk is still alive. I don't know who you're talking about. Yeah. Yep. Elections have consequences. They sure do. 85% of Americans want all illegals deported. That's a fact. And that's not only a fact, it's a fact that they're having a real hard time with right now. Because they're going to have to try to win an election with this. And I'm telling you, the people in this country are fed up with these illegals that Joe Biden let in here. Look, if I was a cop, and I was a cop years ago, I would laugh. If they were throwing dildos at me, I'd laugh and pick one up for somebody and give it to them. I would literally, I'd pick a few of them up and say, yeah, I'll take these. I'll give them to somebody as a joke. I would try to make something funny out of it. I would literally make something funny out of it. You're a never Trumper. You're even worse than the left because you purport to know the way and you purport to know what's right, but you just won't do it. Donald Trump's the best president we've had in a very, very long time. And for you to be a never Trumper just shows that you've got a closed mind and you're uneducated. I don't know what else to tell you. The signs are there. Go look it up. Look it up on the official websites. Look up the unemployment rate. Look up the stock market today. Look up all the different figures. Look up the inflation rates. Go do the math and see who's doing it better than anyone who's ever done it. And then if you're still an ever-Trumper, then you have Trump derangement syndrome. Put a shirt on, little boy. Yeah. Well, the left is always, this is just what they do, guys. It's when the numbers don't support you, the facts don't support you, the statistics don't support you, and the programs that you support are ignorant and are hypocritical, then you just generally end up calling people a lot of names because you really don't debate. I found that it was hard. It's when I was doing debating, it's very hard because a lot of times you run into people that are just completely unprepared to debate. They don't understand the material. They don't understand where they're at. They don't understand, the different approaches that you use to the different topics. And it ends up just being a shit show, and you end up just destroying them. I do really good with it because I'm very well versed on the information. Lowest numbers ever. Are you talking about unemployment? I think you're right. Not the lowest numbers ever yet on inflation, but we're getting there. He will probably see some record number inflation drops. So yeah, lower there, that would be for true, yeah. But I don't know, when you say lowest numbers ever, give me an example of what you're talking about. Bring the receipts, please. Show me what you're talking about. What right now, give me one metric that is worse now than it's ever been, because that's what you just said. Worst numbers ever. Lowest numbers ever. Please put in what you're talking about. See, you won't do it. You won't do it. Things don't happen overnight. People think things just happen overnight. What riots? He has a record low number of riots? I don't understand how that works. Most civil unrest ever? Not true. Not true. Negative. Go look at, no. See, that's ignorance. That's just ignorance. You can go back to 2 or 3 times in our history where there was riots with hundreds of thousands of people marching across this country. These 19 jerk-offs here, I mean, come on. These protests have been minuscule at best. They're paid protesters. They're paid agitators. These people are nothing. To say that Donald Trump has more civil unrest now than any other president is ignorant on its face. My God. You forget about everything that's happened with equal rights with women, with equal rights with blacks, and equal rights with races, all the different civil unrest we've had over the years. Rodney King, George Floyd. My God. More people were involved in one day of the George Floyd riots than are involved in a month of this bullshit. This is nothing. This is stupid. The reason these riots are so small is because there's just not that riots. These unrest is so small is because they can't even find that many people to come out that agree with this thing. 85%. That's Pew. That's Kopiniak. Go look at whichever one you want to look at. 80 to 85% of the people in this country want every single illegal alien deported right away. That's a statistic you're going to have a really hard time with going forward. Because we want these people gone. They're burglars. They don't belong here. They came here illegally. They broke into our country. They crossed our sovereign borders. All we're wanting is law and order. We're on the side of law and order. We're on the side of doing what's right. Just like Bill Clinton did, just like Obama did, just like Bush did, just like the other Bush did, just like Reagan did, and like Trump did in his first term. They all got rid of illegal aliens. Millions of them. Millions of them. But now it's a problem. Why is it a problem now? Because bad orange man, Trump derangement syndrome. That's why it's bad now. It's different now. Because it's Trump derangement syndrome. It was okay when Clinton was doing it. It was okay when Bush was doing it. But now it's unacceptable. Now, you know the Democrats used to deport twice as many people as the Republicans. Go into AI right now and ask for the last 10 presidents and how many people each of them forcibly deported. Clinton, number 1. Barack Obama, number 2. So this whole change in this shift in ideology is because you need these people to backfill the blue states because the census is coming. And I'm telling you, we're going to get that out of the census. We should not count illegal aliens.
I'm not sure how long the city and the police are going to allow this.
Yeah, this whole thing with Trump's involved with Epstein. Do you really think that there's evidence anywhere that Trump was somehow involved with Epstein or going to his island or doing girls or whatever? Do you really think that if that existed anywhere, that Joe Biden and the left would not have brought it out and exploited it instantly? Think about how stupid that is. It's stupid. That's absolutely stupid. Joe Biden had control of that for 4 years. If there was one iota of information or proof or documentation or receipts or anything in there that could have been used to incriminate him, they would have used it, because guess what? They brought up all kinds of trumped up charges on him in all kinds of different courts. So trust me, if there was one scintilla, as Biden used to say, one scintilla of information out there that Donald Trump was partaking in illegal activity with Jeffrey Epstein, it would have been everywhere. My God. Think about it. Stealth, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Eddie, thank you for joining. Eddie, thank you for coming on in and being a part of the crew. Yes, in most countries, if you trespass into the country and have a child, you and your child will be deported. They don't get citizenship. That's fairly special here. It's not unique, but it's fairly special. And that needs to end. I'm done with birthright citizenship. It needs to end. If at least one of your parents is not a citizen of this country, then you will not be considered a citizen of this country if you're born here. This will disincentivize all these people coming here with the anchor babies, having anchor babies. They come here 8 months pregnant. Yeah, whatever. I don't believe anything people say about the Jewish people. I'm going to tell you that right now. Everything that's ever said about the Jewish people is bullshit. It's always out of proportion. It's always just something that's been made up to be something. I don't buy it. And when I start hearing people start about the Jewish people burned down this church and then blamed it on the Muslims. Whatever, dude. Whatever. My God. Whatever. There's two religions there, and one of them advocates violence and one doesn't. No more anchor babies. I'm done with them. Trump was a citizen. That doesn't make him an anchor baby, idiot. My God. Do you guys understand anything? Yes, you should ban any woman coming to this country for any reason if she's pregnant. Yes, absolutely. I think that's probably a good policy. See, here we go with the name calling again. That's right. The Islamists commit most of the violence, yet they want you to believe that the Jewish people are doing it. And that's just how stupid they are. They think that you're gullible enough to believe that. But we all know who's actually doing it. When these people support Hamas, queers for Hamas, I mean, you want to talk about stupid. When these people support Hamas, Hamas is terrorists. These people, you either support Israel or you support the people who are attacking Israel. So that's the bottom line there. You think you're smart, but you live a shit. I live a shit? Did you not complete the sentence? Was it supposed to be a shit life or a shit-tastic life? What am I living? You think you are smart. Actually, I kind of have proof that I'm smart, but let's not get into that. Yeah, that tariff money is going to help this country in so many ways you have no idea. It's already evened up our trade deficit problem, which is great. Did I complete high school? Wow. Okay, I'm not even going to answer that. I actually, I've had a lot more schooling than you would ever realize. I'm retired fire chief. You realize that, right? I was a cop for a while part-time. I was an emergency manager, a comms specialist. I responded to disasters all over the Southeast United States. And then I retired, and now I've been in broadcasting for 15 years. And I prepare a 3-hour conservative talk radio show every single day. So you can try to insult my intelligence all you want, but I think everybody in here sees right through that. So we'll just leave that there. All they have, well, that's what they do, because they can't go up against you. Thanks, Blummick, is it Blummick? Thank you for coming in, joining the crew. I appreciate it. They have no argument. So when you have no argument, you just call people names. That's all that's left. And the other person continues to counterpoint you, but you're just calling names because you really have no counterpoint. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I misunderstood that. That's a valid question for him. I mean, considering, you know, some of the things he's wrote. My English is shit. Everyone's laughing at me. You mean my 223 live consecutive viewers and my 8,000 viewers I've had tonight are laughing at me? I don't think they come in here to laugh at me, other than when I tell jokes, maybe. I've just while you've been arguing with me, my algorithms have gone up. I'm getting more impressions, and I've made 35 subs. So thank you. You're helping my algorithms right now, tremendously, actually. And thank you for helping me get out the conservative word. Because every time you come in here and you give me a hard time, whatever name you're using today, whenever you come in here and give me a hard time, you're actually helping me get out the conservative word to more people. So thank you very much. I don't know what's going on in the top middle box. It's rotated out. Let me go ahead and reset it. This is what happens when I'm arguing with trolls and not paying attention. Oh, let's see here. Let me see if I can find anything else. Let me just take a quick peek here and see if I can find anything else. This is probably what we've already got, but what's up with this guy? Okay. Hey, David, thanks for joining the crew. I do appreciate that. Welcome aboard. We are here every night at 9 o'clock. Let's do a quick reset, and we will, we're going to keep on going for a little while here. Lots of folks in right now. This is StarShip Adventures. I'm broadcasting live tonight from my studios here at StarShip Studios in Southwest Florida. Broadcasting live worldwide on YouTube, the world's largest broadcast platform. And we're actually on fiber here. We are glass all the way to the internet. And we broadcast here on, we can broadcast as many as 9 consecutive streams out of here. And we can do all kinds of different things out of here, including a fully functional ham radio station as well in here. So we can do a lot of things here. We have redundancy set up for both power and internet. And things work pretty good. So this is StarShip Adventures. This show we're in right now is called The Sights and Sounds of Earth. My name's Ian. I'd like to thank everybody for being here tonight. And we are going to keep this going for just a little while longer as we are watching the people in, Seattle. Do their thing out here. Let me pull this down a little bit. I think that might be the problem there, why we can't see everybody. That helped a little bit, but not much. There you go. Bring the camera down a little bit. There you go. Yep, there we go. They're up on the poles. I don't know what it is about that. People actually get hurt doing this stupid shit after these games. Anyway, I do want to thank everybody for being here. And on this show, we make all our own music. We do everything with AI here. I show you guys how to do things and make things, both science, internet, AI. We do all kinds of neat stuff here besides just reporting the breaking news. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Like I said, we've made about 50 new subs tonight, so that's great. I love to meet all the new people, and I get to tell you that we're on every night here at 9 o'clock. It's so hard to get the word out on YouTube. It literally takes years to get to where you've got a big crowd of people coming in all the time, and I'm slowly getting there. I've set a goal. I really would like to get to 100,000 subs by the end of the year. I've set that as a goal. I don't know. It's going to be a tough one, but I'm going to try. All right, Jungle. Let me see what that says. Oh. All right, there we go. That's the new one there over my picture because you don't need to see me all the time. What's wrong, Mama Kitty? She just tried to tell me something, but I don't know what it was. I don't read cat lips. What? What's wrong, Bobo? What's wrong? All right, so there we go. The rainbow Tourette unicorn. That's the Tourette unicorn. She's probably yelling obscenities. I do sometimes, but not all the time. I've got my AI program now to where it makes me the warning, you know, the right thumbnail and everything. I've got to get into a better habit of doing it. The problem is I go to work at 2 in the afternoon, and then I produce a show until about 8 o'clock, and then I rush home, eat real quick, and I go on at 9. So I need to get in the habit of putting that out each afternoon. That's what I need to do. You're correct about that. Oh, it was fun hearing my old, outdated views. There we go. That's good. Oh, boy. You will be deported. There we go. Yeah, I'm sure we can get you a blow-up suit to get out there in. Dark Patriot. I don't know what side you're on. You call yourself a patriot, but I don't really see it. If you were a patriot, you would be for whatever makes this country great. If you're for something not because it makes the country great, but because it satisfies your ego, then that's a problem. And that's what people who claim to be far right but are never Trumpers, that's what they are. That's literally what the problem is. It's an ego issue, pretty much. Mama, you're crazy. What are you doing? As soon as I put one in, something else duplicates up. Have you guys noticed that? Let me see if there's anything new either under protests or in Seattle. Mama, what are you doing? All right, we've got that one. Oh, for Christ's sake. All right, so there we go. I think I got everything filled back up with things that I'm pretty sure are live. The one's duplicated now. I'm working on that one. All right, nothing under Seattle. Let me continue looking here. I would love to discuss women in jobs like firefighting and law enforcement, because here it comes. I'm a retired fire chief. I ran a department. I have a very unique point of view. I started out as a volunteer for a year, became a firefighter, an engineer, a lieutenant, a captain, a deputy fire chief, and a chief. I've served in every position, fire marshal, training officer, you name it, I've served in the position. And I'm going to tell you something. I have worked with females that have no business in that uniform or on that fire truck. Conversely, I've worked with women that I would work with again, that I'm convinced could pull me out of a fire. However, 4 out of 5 times, it's the former and not the latter. Law enforcement's the same way. I hate to say it, it has nothing to do with being a woman. It has nothing to do with being a man. It has nothing to do with being gay or straight. It has nothing to do with being black or white. You know what it has to do with? Can you drag the dummy? That's what it has to do with. Can you drag the dummy? We're going to put a 200-pound dummy in that house. We're going to light it on fire, and you're going to go in there and get that dummy, and you're going to drag that dummy all the way out here to the street. Now, if you do that, then we'll give you the other tests, and as long as you pass the test, you can run the mile, you can do everything, whatever, boom. We will make you a female firefighter. I have no problem with that. Same thing with law enforcement. You big girl, you can handle yourself, because guess what? When you're in a cop car by yourself at 3 o'clock in the morning on the bad side of town, okay, you're the one that's going to get killed. I think it's an injustice to put these little women out there in uniform. We've got a couple here that work in this neighborhood. They weigh 90 pounds soaking wet. You could just push them right over. And they're police. They're the police. They're the deputy. They're the one that's going to come save me from the bad guy. It's going to end up being me saving them. I mean, it's crazy when you think about it. You got these big burly guys that are cops. That's what we need. We need guys that can handle themselves. When I was a cop, I wish I was bigger and stronger. I used to fight the shit out of people sometimes. So that's all I mean. It has nothing to do with man, woman, black, white. I'm going to tell you what. You can be a black dude, a white dude. You can be whatever. Whatever. It doesn't matter. If you can't drag the dummy and you can't take care of all the physical things that you have to do to be a firefighter, then you can't. They lessen the standards to let women in. That's what I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with women serving. I don't even have a problem with women sleeping in the same bunk room. I don't have a problem with women working out in the same workout room. I do like that we have separate bathrooms. I think that's probably a good thing. But here's the problem. My problem comes in when we have a woman now that's out on the road. She's working a zone, and I'm working the zone next to her. And every time she pulls somebody over, I got to run my ass off and go get there before she gets her ass beat. And we used to deal with this in law enforcement even years ago. We had females and males that were on duty that could not take care of themselves. And because they could not take care of themselves, they could not do what needed to be done. So what that ends up meaning is that that the rest of us had to work harder. The rest of us had to stay half out of our zone half the night because we have to always be constantly backing up these people who have become cops that aren't strong enough. They're not tall enough. They're not big enough. You can't be 5'3" and 97 pounds. You can't. Because the first person you're going to go up against is going to be a big, huge biker guy that's 300 pounds. And he's going to crush you. So I rephrased the question. It's not women or men that I have problems with. It's people who are not built to do the job. That's what I believe. If you're built to do the job, you're built to do the job. If you're not, you're not. And if you're not built to do the job, we've got dispatcher jobs. We've got fire marshal jobs. We've got desk jobs, secretary jobs. We've got other jobs for people. It's not because they're a woman they get the secretary job. It's because they're not built to go into burning buildings and drag 300-pound people out. It's reasonable. This is my whole problem with the left, is they're never reasonable about things. I'm sick of I'll be honest, I'm sick of the hiring practices we have. They're still running 3 lists down here at most of the departments. They run a white male list, a black male list, Some run a Hispanic or other male list, and then they run a female list. And everybody takes the same test. Everybody drags the same dummy. Everybody takes the same test. However, when all the scores are figured out and all the scores are finished up, what they do is they end up taking one person from each list. If they're hiring 8, they'll take 2 from the first list, 2 from the second list, 2 from the third list, and 2 from the fourth list. Which means if you were a black male, you had a 25% chance of getting a job. If you were a woman, you had a 45% chance of getting a job. If you were a white male, you had less than a 1% chance of getting a job. It just works out. Because 200 people applied for the firefighter job, and almost every one of them was a white male. Which means the women, the Hispanic males, and the black males, they all get hired at a much higher rate than the white males do. And that put me at a significant disadvantage for 20 years of public safety. For 20 years, I stayed at my little department out here. I liked my department, but I stayed there. Number one reason I stayed there, I wasn't getting a good job anywhere because I wasn't the strongest, I wasn't the fastest, I wasn't the tallest. And in some respects, I didn't do well on tests even. So I knew I was not going to be, in order to be a white male and get a job somewhere, you've got to be the top 1%. I could make the top 20% if I worked at it really hard. But the top 1%, think about that. That's crazy. But if I was a black man, all I had to do was be in the top 20%, and I would have been hired. So yes, I have a problem with things like that. All I want is fair. And I want fair for everybody. I think everybody should have a fair shake at every job. And I completely agree with that, LS. I completely agree with that. Hey, Dispatch. Yep, I'm glad to be here. Got some good trolls tonight doing their usual thing. They've called me everything but a Nazi so far. Yeah. I don't care about the city and the racial makeup. I don't care. I don't care if it's an all-black city. I don't care. I'm going to open it up and I want to find the most qualified people. I don't care what color they are. I don't care if they got boobs. I don't care if they got a vagina. I don't care if they got a penis. I don't care if they're black or white. I want the most qualified people I can get. That's what I want. That fire chief out in California that they interviewed, and she says, well, we put a priority on making sure that the truck that shows up has a cross-section of demographics just like the neighborhood that they're protecting. What? And then they said, well, don't you think it's important that we're able to pull people out of burning buildings? And this woman, I think it's a woman, she said, quote, maybe you shouldn't find yourself in a situation where you need to have us come drag you out. That's just disgusting. I don't care who you are. That's disgusting. That's crazy. But that's the way it is. Their ideology is more important than even surviving a fire. And see, that's another thing where we want the most qualified person available. They want to put people who are not even remotely qualified in positions just because they need another black person, just because they need another woman, just because they need another whatever. That's crazy. And so once again, the left finds themselves on the side of lunacy, and the right finds themselves on the side of, hey, this is the way it needs to be done, and it seems to make sense. Oh, do I? Well, I'm probably in good company. I love Scottish folks. I'm actually 1/4 Scottish, so that's interesting that you said that. It's I have no accent or nothing. Neither did my grandmother had no real accent to speak of, but that's where she was born and lived the first part of her life. That's true. The left cares more about your indoctrination level than they do your ability. That's absolutely true, William. That's spot on. Absolutely. Yep, it should be all about experience, knowledge, and ability. That's the bottom line. That's what it should all be about. But that's not how they do it. Yes, I am a seeing is believing kind of guy. Yes. I'm a common sense guy. I believe that the path of least resistance, or the story that's most explainable, is generally always the truth. Yes. And I want to see it to believe it. Especially when it's not the norm or not real, not normal. I want to see it to believe it. Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah, William, that you can tell that woman that they were interviewing, she's the chief of the department, and she couldn't drag me out of a building. I'm sorry, but that's the job. It's like, you know, they're not hiring these little 90-pound women to go work in coal mines, but they want these cushy government jobs. And firefighting and police are cushy government jobs. I don't want to hear it. They make great money. They don't work that hard. You know, those are all, I've worked those jobs, and I'm telling you, they're all cushy government jobs. Yes. It is. Well, when you're arguing with the left, you're usually on the side of common sense, and they're on the side of lunacy. That's how it works. They're the ones trying to argue that, well, yeah, we're queer, but we want to like support the terrorists in Hamas. You know, they're the ones that say, yeah, last week we didn't want any kings, but this week we want Maduro to be freed because he's a good guy. I mean, this is what you're dealing with the left. They're lunatics. They're absolutely lunatics. You were a firefighter, 6'3", 230 pounds. There you go. I was a firefighter, 5'7", about 200 pounds, 190 pounds. I had to work out some. I had to stay fit. I never felt like I was 100%, but I did the best I could, and I saved lives. That's all that matters. But I could drag that 200-pound dummy, no problem. That's what I had to do, and I did it. Yes, and thank you for your service. I will tell you that when it comes to firefighting and law enforcement and all that kind of stuff, we hear about the military all the time, but not many people talk about, you know, law enforcement and fire department. It is a service. It's a service you provide, and it becomes part of your life, and you live with injuries the rest of your life. And, you know, I was involved in an explosion in 1992 that damaged my back really bad. And I lied about it for another 12 years to stay on the line. And now I've retired with basic benefits and no health and no nothing and no money. But I was able to stay a firefighter with a destroyed back. So a lot of us pay that price. A very few actually pay the ultimate price. But there's many of us out there like me that are just totally messed up for life because of wanting to serve. Yeah, welcome back. Is it Chi-Ming Wong? I hope I said that right. You have to be in shape for the role. And I always wish I was in better shape, but I felt I could do it, and I did it. And every time I had to muster it, I was able to do it. And that's the bottom line. You have to be able to do it when it all counts, because there may not be anybody else there to do it. You know, there was a time I was in a structure fire on the second floor, and this was a gas job. These people had gassed this house and burned it for insurance reasons. I'll tell you that later. But we went in this house and we went upstairs, and we didn't realize they had gassed the whole back. Everything downstairs had been gassed, and it wasn't on fire yet. And we didn't realize that. And while we're upstairs, there was a large fire that kept getting worse below us. And next thing you know, we're trapped up there. We can't get down the stairwell. The fire's coming up the stairwell. And we couldn't hardly move up there. We had our hoses, we had the doors, we had everything all up at the top of this little stairwell. And I looked at the guy I was with. There was 3 of us up there. And I turned and I looked at him and I said, he was about twice my size. This guy was huge, like a brick shit house with arms. And I turned and I looked at him and I put my mask right up against his and I said, "You need to get us out of here, whatever it takes." And I watched him stand up into the flames and start walking through doors and walls and shit. And he busted through everything, and he busted this and busted that and was busting this out. And we just followed him, dude, you know. And we finally made it to the glass doors on the second floor in the balcony. And as we emerged on that balcony, they were coming at us with an extension ladder to get us. And it worked out. We got out. We weren't injured really bad at all. And but the reason we were able to get out up there was because I had a monster with me. And you know what? He left a year or 2 later for a bigger job. And then I didn't have a monster on my crew anymore. And I'm thinking, what if this happens next time? I don't have a monster. I don't have an Incredible Hulk that can just bust through the walls like that guy did. I'll never forget that. He just, when I told him, "You got to get us out of here." And he said, "Yes, boss." And he stood up and he just started walking through shit. I just destroying shit. Just boom, boom, just destroying shit. That's what it's all about. That's literally what it's all about, is being able to do that. And if everybody on your crew is a bunch of 90-pound women, you know, I don't know how that's going to work. Oh, I'm so sick of this thing, the way it does. Oh, freak me. There we go. All right, we switched that back up there. There we go. Whoop, I'm not centered up at all there. Holy crap, I'm outside of the lines. What am I doing? All right, so there we go. All right, guys, so anyway, so we finally get out of this fire, and the house burns down. We lose the whole thing because it was full of gas. The next morning, I show up there at 10 o'clock. I meet the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, and our fire marshal, both there. I was the lieutenant on duty the night before. It was my fire, so I met them there to do the paperwork and to go do the investigation. You know, I had been trained on detecting arson as well, so there was like 5 of us there. I think the chief was there too, and we went through this house meticulously, and we noted everything. And then the owners showed up, they're all upset, kind of, not really enough, really, but they were. And they walked in and they said, yeah, and that's where the washer and dryer used to be. And that's where the refrigerator used to be. And yeah, in here, we used to have, this was all tools. This was all, and I'm like, oh my God. He's telling me about all this shit that doesn't burn up in a fire. Saws and tools and workbenches and washers and dryers and all that shit's still there after a fire. Yes, it's ruined, but it's still there. He ended up going to prison for arson, for insurance fraud. The Green Mile saved us, boss. I love that movie. I can't watch it anymore, but I love that movie. I love that guy that plays the big, tall, black guy. I love him. He's so good. I loved him in that other movie with Bruce Willis where they went up to the into space. That was really good. Yep. Well, and here's the thing. Cops need to be held in check, too, just like everybody else. You know, I'm not a dyed-in-the-wool, cops are always right. I'm not one of those guys. You'll hear me from time to time reeling against unconstitutional policing. It happens. So, I will admit that. I stand against unconstitutional policing. That being said, I generally always support law enforcement. It's only the bad ones. It's the ones that violate your rights. You know, cop walks up to me, give me your ID. I tell him no. You're not getting my ID. Sorry. Not going to happen. But, you know, I do agree that we need our police, and when something is wrong, they do need the authority and the power to deal with it, and they have that. And that's kind of the way that needs to be. All right, so I'm going to switch things around here a little bit. I've got this really nice composite. I'm going to move this composite over to the big screen. If I can find it. Hey, T-Bone, thank you for joining up. Welcome aboard the crew on the Starship. Thank you for being here. We're on every night at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock. And we come on here 9 o'clock Eastern every night. Here, let's switch this out. It'll be a little easier to see. There we go, because that one had frozen up. So I'll switch it around. Yep, that's the same one I got. Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've been doing the funniest thumbnails for these videos every night. That thumbnail generator thing that I built is working great. And I've been having a lot of fun building thumbnails. All right, let me put this one here. Okay, so there we go. I got those two holes filled now, and that's the ones right above me here. That's the Portland protest that's going on both sides of the road there in front of the federal building. And then now I've moved the one over here, which is mostly the demonstrators, which are destroying everything, as you can see. This infrastructure is not designed to be walked on and stood on, and they're causing all kinds of damage. You can just guarantee it. I don't understand. I know the word fan stands for fanatical. I get that, but this is ridiculous. Yes, Smoke and Scan, IRT, and also Portland Andy are all great streamers. I do agree. Um, yeah, yeah. It's funny that one councilwoman, was it in Chicago or wherever she was? She was for defunding the police. She actually raised motions to defund the police and to shut down the police. And then her and her family got carjacked in front of their home and they stole their car. Does anybody want to guess the first thing she did? Yeah, she called the very police department that she raised a motion on the floor to get rid of, to literally disband it. And she calls them to come out and help her get her car back and to hold the people accountable that did this to her family. Is that ridiculous? That's crazy to me. I don't know. To me, that's just nuts. Nuts in a barrel, whatever. I don't get it. Yeah, it's CNBC. It's probably looping is what it is. It's actually more likely that it's looping. Nobody has that much to say in an interview. Yepers. And that's another thing. The left-wing media kept saying that there was anti-ICE protests in Milan. That's just out of ignorance. That had nothing to do with ICE. It's not even this country. It had nothing to do with ICE. It was environmental protesters. Had nothing to do with ICE. Nothing at all. But yet, that's what you heard. That's what you heard on the Communist News Network and MSLSD. That's what you probably heard today on Deface the Nation and Meet the Depressed. Okay, we were dispatched to a house fire. It was in another county just outside our area. We were dispatched to a house fire. We had smoke showing en route. I called for additional resources about 2 minutes out. My chief had jumped in the backup engine and was coming behind me. I had myself and my engineer, and that's all I had. There was no volunteers at the station. We had a paid department and a volunteer department. It was the same department. So in other words, every day they paid 2 guys to be on the truck, and then the volunteers would do all the rest, you know. And then, of course, all the paid guys come back in on their days off, too. So that's how we got it done. Anyway, we get to this thing, and it's burning bad. And I was in the passenger seat. That's where the lieutenant sits, in the front right seat. And then the driver, the engineer, sits in the front left seat. He comes pulling in. I'm already in my gear because this was a long drive. By the time we got there, I had already pulled the back of my seat out, and I had already pulled my straps on and put my backpack on, an air pack, had everything all ready, had my mask all ready to go. And when we pulled up, I went air, and I pulled my helmet down while we're still pulling up. And I opened my door and ran out, and I told him pre-connect 1, and I ran out there, and I grabbed pre-connect 1 off the side, and I ran towards the house. What I thought was a house. It was a double-wide trailer. And it seemed like it was burning a lot more than it should have been, but I was gung-ho. I've been doing it about 4 years. I just made lieutenant like weeks earlier. And I didn't think about it. I went in, I charged in, I grabbed the door and opened the door. And as I opened the door, the top hinge failed and the door just fell away. And the fire was the top 3 feet of the door. It was all fire. I mean, it was like flashing over in there. It was burning really bad. So I open up on it, and I've got a semi-fog, and I'm going back and forth, and I'm trying to figure out where the seat of the fire is. And I can see over here, I've got a lot of fire loading right over here to my right. And so I start hitting it, and I'm coming back to it, and I go over here, and I see it flare again, so I come back to it. I did that about 4 times, and it started flaring. And I didn't think, I never thought, I thought I was in a house. I thought it was a couch, right? I thought I was in a couch. And so I straight stream this bitch, and I open it all the way up, 125 gallons a minute. And I straight stream it, and when the straight stream hit it, it exploded. And it looked like in Star Wars when they go to warp, when they go to FTL or whatever they call it in Star Wars. And all the stars go like that and they fly past you. Well, that's what it looked like, was bright stars flying past me at warp speed. And I felt weightless, and then that was it. And the next thing I remember, I'm laying in the front yard. My backpack, my air pack is dug into the ground in the front yard. And my partner is literally putting out my jacket from the magnesium that was burning on my jacket. And he's dragging me away from the fire and trying to put me out. And I was completely out of it for a little while. And I finally, I heard him on his mic say, I need the med chopper. I've got a firefighter down on scene. And I started trying to get up. And he says, what are you doing? And I said, there's a firefighter down. He says, it's you, moron. Just lay there. Oh, God. Yeah, it ruined my back. Luckily, I didn't get any severe burns out of it. Luckily, I was able to return to work about a week and a half later, 2 weeks later. The next morning I woke up, I had bruising all on my front here, except where the 2 big pads were that were on the backpack, the air pack I was wearing. You could see where the air pack straps had protected me from the shock wave, because everything else had black and blue. I was black and blue everywhere. I mean, I was sore everywhere. It was bad. And it really messed my lower back up. When I landed on that tank, it messed up my upper back right here, and it messed up my lower back really bad. And I had a choice. I could take the disability and go and find me, take what small pittance they would give me and go find me another job somewhere where I don't have to stand up or don't have to do all these different things that I can't do anymore. And so what I did, it was a chainsaw shop. I'm getting there. Trust me. My stories are long, but I'm getting there. A guy had 2 houses on his property, and when he had the new house put there, he turned the old house into a chainsaw shop, but he didn't want the county to know he was running a business out of there. So he made it look just like it was already a house, so he just kept it looking like a house. You couldn't tell it wasn't a house. There was potted plants in the front and bushes all around and curtains in the windows, and you couldn't tell that it was not, but it was a chainsaw shop. And I don't know if you guys know this or not, but chainsaws use magnesium motors. Magnesium, when it's heated to a certain temperature, reacts with water. Yes. And when magnesium starts to burn because it's been exposed to too much heat, it begins to rapidly combust, and it's very bright white, bluish white light. It almost looks like electricity arcing. When I hit it with the straight stream, it exploded because he was storing propane cylinders in there as well. And I have that here somewhere, and I don't know where it's at. I will find it and show you guys. I still have the propane bottle that exploded. It's one of those ones that's about this big. And what's really unique about it is the way it exploded. The bottom half of it exploded like this. and the bottom of it went like this, and it looks like an angel. It actually has the two wings and the head on the top, and it looks like an angel. We found that after the fire. They found that, and they bagged it up because we didn't know, if it was going to be evidence or what. And after a month or two, I told the chief, I said, if we're done with that, I want it. I'm keeping it forever. And I still have it today. It's here. Well, I've got my hat, my helmet, I got a lot of things, but I still have that propane bottle that exploded in 1992 that destroyed my back. And yep, there you go. And so I hit a pile of burning chainsaw motors with water. The water reacted with the magnesium and created a lot of instant heat, which exploded a small propane type torch bottle that was sitting there next to the chainsaw motors. And it blew me 10 feet back to the door, through where the door was, because the door was gone, through the opening partially, damaging, going through things, and I landed about 15 feet out in the front yard. It literally blew me through the air. I flew through the air. Yeah. But there you go. So yeah, I'm still here, still kicking. I had a couple of close calls. I had a roof come in on me one time on my first structure fire. I was at it's a small department, and at the time I again was the only one on scene that was ready to go, and the chief was like, "Just go, I'm right behind you." And he didn't have an air pack on, so once I got so far in, he couldn't go any further. He was geared, but he didn't have air on. And so he told me to go in further, and next thing you know, we're separated, and the roof's coming in on me, and I ended up, I was able to take my spanner tool that was in my pocket, and I was able to crawl over to a window, because my hose went out too. When the roof came down, it pinched my hose off, and I was able to smash through the window with my spanner tool. And when I did that, a firefighter that was outside grabbed my arm, and they pulled me up through the window. And that's how I got out. Two guys from the neighboring department from North Fort Myers. I had a few close calls. I was in a car one time holding traction on somebody's neck when that car was smashed from behind by a dump truck. I'm surprised that one didn't mess me up more than it did. Oh, God. Yeah, an acetylene bottle. They'll fly. You usually in a career will have one or two near misses, and thank God that's all it is a near miss. There's a lot of things that was very honorable about being a firefighter. We had lost a firefighter. His name was Abe Whidden. We lost him in a truck accident on the way to a brush fire that turned out to be a false call. And he died before I even started, years before I even started there. But when I became chief, it became my duty to honor him every year. And I went to the Firefighters Memorial 3 different years. And I would go every year in the chief's vehicle. I would go and I would pick up his widow, who had already remarried, who was already with another guy. They had been together for years. They had had kids, but she was still Abe's wife. She was still who, they were married when he was killed in the line of duty. I would go there and pick her up every year in my Class A dress uniform with my stripes on my arm, my hat, my white gloves. I would go there and I would walk up to the front and I would knock on the door. And she would come out in a beautiful dress, and we would get into the car. I would hold the door for her and let her in the car, and then we would drive to that memorial. Thanks, Frank, for joining. Welcome aboard. We're here every night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then I drive to the Firefighters Memorial at Colonial Gardens. And Yes, we're active in Seattle with the sports crowd. We're active in Portland with about 5 or 10 protesters in stuffed animal costumes. You know, so I got to go and be a part of that. And we would, when they would call his name, she would be holding a rose that I would give her. I would hand her the rose when we would go sit down. I would get the rose out of the thing and I would hand it to her, and then we would go sit down. Everything was choreographed. And then at a point I would stand and I would help her up and she would hold my arm and we would walk down and we would pay our respects to our fallen. Along with all the other departments were there. All the departments were there. All the fallen firefighters were either buried there or they at least had a plaque there. And we would honor him and honor everybody that we had lost. Each department had lost their different people. And then I would drive her back home. And we did it every year. And she's probably still doing it to this day if she's still around. I don't know. She went every year to honor her husband at that thing. And it was something our department did every year. We didn't ask about it. We didn't talk about it. We just did it. It was something that was done. Yeah. Yeah, I love to see people having a good time and all that kind of good stuff, but they were causing some pretty good damage earlier, climbing up on poles, knocking stuff off, breaking things. Yeah, the brotherhood in the fire department is bar none about the tightest you're going to get. It's tighter than cops. It's tight. It's probably as tighter than military. It's tighter than military unless they're fighting. If they're fighting, that's different. If you got guys in theater and they're fighting, you'll never find a closer bond. But other than that, firefighters that sit around the station all day with each other, they all become friends with each other's wives. They all, their wives all become friends is what I meant to say. Well, there's probably some of the other too, but let's not talk about that. But everybody becomes friends. Everybody comes to the parties and the awards banquets. And yeah, you know what? When I left, after almost 20 years, when I left the fire service and I walked away, I stayed on for about a year helping out. But when I finally walked away, I didn't miss the sirens. I didn't miss the blood and guts. I didn't miss the calls. I didn't miss the radios. I didn't miss any of that. I missed the guys. I missed sitting around the station watching Seinfeld or watching South Park or watching Emergency. We used to sit and watch Emergency on TV Land. We were firefighters in the mid-90s, and we were watching firefighters from the early 70s in California doing their thing on Emergency. I used to love that. I still love that show. I think Kevin Tighe and also Randolph Mantooth, the two stars of that show, I think are still with us. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yes, it was like family. It really was. It's definitely like family. We had a porch and a pool table, and we used to hang out. We had TV and cable, and and we used to find things to do. One of the funniest things we used to do, and I don't think we ever got caught doing it, but one of the funniest things we used to do was we would go out in the bay, and once every week we would have to clean and squeegee the bay, and that's where you put down like Dawn dishwashing soap. And you degrease the floor. And you go out there with brushes and you brush the floor to get all the grease out of the concrete. And we used to do that once a week. Well, what the guys realized was you put all that Dawn down, okay, and you put all that water down. I'm sitting in my office one day. I'm just sitting there, right? The lieutenant's office was like right off the hallway that goes out by where the engines are. Right next to the squad room. I'm just sitting there, and I hear, "Ew! Yee!" Like, what in the F what are these guys doing now? It's like always something with these guys. I walk out there, and there they are, dressed in nothing but their night shorts, just like station shorts, and nothing else, just shorts. and they're running all the way out to the road, and they run all the way back, and right as they get to the bay, they go like this, and they flatten out, and they go 80 feet all the way down to the other end of the bay and roll off into the back parking lot. They're nuts. I told them, with my back, I'm not doing it. I actually did do it a few times, but it was something, I had a hard time, because I'm bulky, I'm fat, and I got a bad back, so let's just not do it too many times. What are you saying? Cover something, not everything, close a screen or two. What are you talking about? This is what we do here, multi-screen coverage. Are you telling me that you want me to close some of the screens? Is that what you're saying? We've been covering this all night. What do you want me to cover? There's about 10 protesters left in Portland, including 2 blow-up dolls. One's a bear and one is a rainbow horse. And then we've got the aftermath in Seattle here that we're dealing with. And then earlier, I also had several other topics I discussed, including space weather. Yep. Yeah, sometimes water is not the best thing. You know what I mean? Look, I learned how to cook at the fire. My mom, I would go home and tell my mom, Mom, remember that, when you make pot roast, it's so good. Teach me how to make pot roast. And my mother was teaching me how to cook for like 2 years. And it got to the point where I became the cook at the firehouse, man. I loved it. Let's see here. This late at night, I don't know if you realize it, but I'm coming up done with 6 hours of broadcasting. We're going to be coming into our 7th hour. So yeah, I'm telling stories. It's the end of the broadcast. We've been on for 7 hours, 6 hours. So that's all. Yes, and that's another thing, guys. If you can't see the broadcast because it's on your phone, I present this in a format to be seen on your television. I use the left and right ears separately when we're doing natural sounds, and I try very hard to provide the maximum amount of information possible. I got this idea because I work at a TV radio station, okay? And we have a control room there. We have 2 of them now, where you can walk in and you can control an entire newscast, and you look up on the wall and there's 6 or 8 of these big, huge 70-inch televisions, and they're all split into little screens with little black lines between them, just like you see here on my screen. And when something big goes on, like the day Charlie Kirk got shot, I went back there to the TV side. I work in radio side, but it's all one big station. We're all friends. I went back there and sat behind the television producer when they went and started doing their live coverage. Why? Because I can see everything from in there. I've got all the news stations, all the network stations, all the feeds coming in from our local cameras, feeds coming in from the national network that are available. It's all coming into one room. Us, our competition, the other news stations, everything's coming into one room. All on one wall. And I can sit there and I can find out exactly what's going on by just glancing up at the wall. And that's where I got the idea of this multi-screen broadcasting that we're doing right now. And I've been doing this for a couple years. We started doing it every night about 6 or 8 months ago. It's working out really good. People like it. People like the fact that it's a little bit of overdrive. It's a little bit of... it's almost too much. That's what people like about it. I use a lot of other channels and other feeds. I put it all in here at one time. And that's what people like. People like that. And so that's what I do. I have had a few people tell me it's too much, it's too big, it's too... Okay, it's not for everybody. I get that. But for those who like it, it's a great way to watch what's going on out there in the multi-screen. All right, so there you go. Let's see here. Good night, Deploribus. Have a good one. I'm getting ready to sign off in a few minutes myself. The numbers are coming down, and I think we're about done here. These people should all start heading home soon, I would think. But that's the only reason I'm hanging out is because of the sports crowd. The Portland protest is just about over. We're down to just, I think, 3 or 4 or 5 people there. And one of the 3 feeds from there has shut down. Actually, we might be just down to 1 feed from there now. Everything else is going to be Seattle, where we are watching protesting going on from all over the place. This is all due to the Super Bowl. I don't know why people have to do this. They got a drum corps out there. That's pretty cool. Figures right when I click that, it goes to commercial. Wow, that's amazing. What the hell? That sucks. It just ended just like that.
If I would tell myself as a kid right now, I wouldn't have guessed that I would be the one to win the MVP. So it's a surreal moment, you know, and it doesn't happen without the guys in locker room.
Hey, Victor, it's always my pleasure to live stream. I love doing it. That's why I got into this, and I really appreciate you guys for hanging out. Dispatch, you're talking about offering my show in both modes, upright and regular. I looked into that. There's no way for me to do it with the multi-screen. All I would be able to do is offer you the middle part of the screen. You would actually lose a lot of what's going on. I don't see how I can do that. Streamlink and OBS, I do believe now have the ability to do that, to stream in both streams. The problem is I would have to somehow, would I be producing 2 separate shows visually? I mean, I don't know how this would work. Yeah, that whole thing's breaking up.
Yeah, you know, he was very important. He always wanted to get better. Put the ball in the playmaker's hands, you know.
Members, as always,
we'll try to work on some stuff.
They're kind of the cornerstone.
Yeah, I'm thinking a lot of these people are cruising. And the last shot from Portland just went down.
Patreon member, it starts at $5 a month, which is less than 20 cents a stream, and that gives...
Everybody's just talking about their Patreon stuff and everything else. This is over tonight, guys. I mean, all we got is what we see here in that middle screen. We're coming back into the area here where there is still some people. I don't see any of the hooligan shit going on right now. Looks like it's calming down. Yeah, William, I just went into our studio for the first time. our new TV studio. It is so high tech. I couldn't. I walked in there. I was speechless. I was just like, wow. All of our cameras now, they're all, everything is automated. The cameras move around on their own. There's very few people actually involved in it, and the studio is just absolutely amazing. Very extremely high tech. I couldn't believe it. Yeah. Yeah, I tell people, I build studios for people. That's one thing I do. I produce a bunch of these weekend shows. And one of the things I do when I produce these weekend shows is if the person wants their own studio, I'll build it for them. In order to connect a radio, to make a fully functioning radio studio and then connect that radio studio back to the actual studio professionally, in 1985 in adjusted dollars would be about $100,000. 10 years, 15 years ago, that price started dropping pretty drastically. And about 10 years ago, you could do it for 20 grand. Now, I could completely set you up with a good internet. If you had a good internet connection, I could set you up with the best RA20 microphones, suspension systems, the bars that go with them, the mix, a nice mixer board that connects directly into your computer. Everything is all set to go, and you're out the door for $3,000 or $4,000. So yeah, it's about 1% or 4% or 3% of what it used to be. It's crazy when you think about it. Absolutely nuts. And now it's nothing for people to own their own studio. There was a time when if you owned, even now you can put in a TV studio at your house. I mean, I put this one in here. I'm using $150 cameras. You know, doesn't cost crazy money anymore. $100 mic, $150 camera, and it looks great. It works great. You can actually even do it a lot cheaper than that if you wanted to. You could do the whole thing with a $100 camera, a $50 camera, and you could do the whole thing with a little cheapy mic or something if you really wanted to. The price of stuff has just come way down. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks, and thanks again for that super chat. You have no idea what that means to me. Thank you very much. God is King. Thank you, thank you. And let's see here. Good night to everybody. I'm going to go ahead and sign off too. I've been on 6 hours and 2 minutes now. And I'm going to play a few songs on the way out so you guys can finish up any business that you might have in the chat room. And I'm going to let you guys go. Tonight on the way out, I'm going to play a couple of different songs that I've made here. I want you guys to also know that all my songs are made by AI. I am not a songwriter or song maker. Grok and Suno help me make all my songs. So I think that's important to, I don't want you guys to think that I'm trying to put this off or anything, because it's not. It is what it is. All right. Figure out which one I want to play here. All right, here we go. This first one's called The Left's Hypocrisy, and we're going to play that one. All right, guys, we're going to see you guys later. Everybody, have a good night out there. My name is Ian, and this is StarShip Adventures, and it's been my pleasure to be your host tonight for the show, along with Mama Bleep here. And we're glad that you're here, and we hope that you come back and see us tomorrow night at 9 p.m. for our regular Sights and Sound show. We do it every single night, 7 nights a week. So come back and check us out. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody that was in the chat room as well, even the trolls. You help our algorithms, and we really appreciate that. So thank you very much. And that's what I've got for you guys tonight. That's going to be the Sights and Sounds of Earth. I hope that you guys have enjoyed yourself. And we will do it again tomorrow night. If you guys want to help support the channel, go to our backup channel, Starship After Dark, and throw a subscribe on there, and hit the notification bell on this channel, because this one here is always hosted coverage. This is Starship Studios. We broadcast live from North Fort Myers, Florida, And we broadcast worldwide on YouTube, the largest broadcast platform in the world. And we're fiber optic all the way to the internet. This is the Sights and Sounds of Earth on StarShip Adventures. We'll see you guys tomorrow night right here at 9 o'clock. Have a good one, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Shout queers for Palestine, but Hamas throws gays off roofs, yeah, that's your front line. No kings rally screaming against Trump, the dictator king, then free Maduro chants, oppression's your thing. Al Gore preaching doom, climate's on fire, while jet set and private mansions piled higher. Obama slams fossils, but his wealth's energy tied. Hypocrites in suits taking us for a ride. You talk big game, but your actions scream lies. Left-wing phonies under liberal skies. Oh, the hypocrisy of the left. It's a rock and roll scam, pushing rules for us, but you don't give a damn. Higher taxes for the rich, Clinton's dodge them with ease. Bernie wants $15 for pay staff on their knees. Tolerance preaching, but shut down the riot. Free speech for you, conservatives out of sight. Hypocrisy rock, yeah, you're full of it now. About condemning violence after Trump takes a shot, but BLM riots mostly peaceful watercraft, affordable housing for all, that's your cry. But NIMBY in Frisco, no bills in your sky. Obama blasts Wall Street, then cashes their checks. Millions in speeches, hypocrite wreck. Oversight for Republicans, grill them to the bone. But Biden scandals, leave them alone. You champion rights, but ally with kings. Saudi abuses, now that's your bling. Oh, the hypocrisy of the left, it's a rock and roll scam, pushing rules for us, but you don't give a damn. Gun control for peasants, but guards at your door. School choice for poor kids, nah, elites want more. White House slams oil, but families' fortunes crude. COVID lockdowns for us, Newsom dines in the nude. Hypocrisy rock, yeah, you're full of it now. Left-wing lies, take a bow.
So demanding.
Human rights abroad, only when it fits your game. Ignore the tyrants if they're in your fame. Private schools for Obama kids,
Vouchers, hell no. Fossil fuel haters with oil cash flow. Your virtue signal loud, but your mask slips away. Phony baloney in the
Pulling to Minneapolis, LA to the rest. Protests so ridiculous, they fail every tax. Got the mic, let's roast this mess. No tax, straight facts. Hypocrisy on glass. Here come the white attacks. Pulling through, suit up like a kid's birthday going wrong. Giant inflatable frauds, unicorns, because of the bomb. Chickens, hot dogs, clowns trying to disarm the feds. We're frog gets pepper right in the fit at his Bible bread. Tactical frivolity? Nah, that's just kind of virus degree. All academics die like geek symbolism. See, boy, top big jack, switch to DVDs in the bus, but still post on phones. Now logic got melt the ice, 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 melt the ice. Minneapolis madness, y'all. Minneapolis madness, hundreds of dildos aflight over the fence of ice. Bouncing left and right, put your own supporter. Trump coming to shame, Jew yelling, I'm on charge. Y'all still throw me game. Rage nigga of the ice beams, sparkly nails on fleek. Hit big protest pics on your fingers. Big technique. American girl gone with tiny signs in hand. Curse the said school ice. Yo, that's the brand. Yo, there's a coffee shop drama, yanking dudes from drinks, filming it like it's revolution now. What y'all think? Real terrorium, chases ice agent down the block. Dude running scared. Viral crime, Betty's live. False prophets to deny so 10, 20, rise again. Intimidation tactics, nah. This acadism turning. Interrupt church service, face act, slap them down. Live scream to your rep. Only in Bibles and crown. Clergy at the hippo chanting their lies, take ice out. It is a city hall, read the stories while blocking the power. Swarm from tower, occupy the floor. Can't think of names like it's an open mic war. Fake ice boosters got so paranoid. This town stealing flowers from dead women. What tells your tale? Now I'm this moonlight, six my hotel blast on a hunch. Rolls run wild, y'all punch first. Ass lunch. Melt the ice, ice, ice. Shoot, team spray. Melt the ice, ice, ice. Melt the ice. Melt the ice. Melt the ice. Minneapolis madness. So keep meeting, keep going, keep dressing to serve. All the rest watch laughing at every word. The G.I. Exposed 2026 foolery. Classic glitch on words, mineries.
All right, everybody. That's the show for tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you guys back here tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on StarShip Adventures for another episode of the Sights and Sounds of Earth. Have a great night, everybody, and a safe tomorrow. 7 threes. This concludes our broadcast day here on StarShip Adventures. Good night, everybody. KO4 EFS QSY.
The sun.